for for the past 3 weeks, I've been doing live streams where I talked about the paranormal. Uh, and yesterday was the conclusion to that. If you want to check that out, it got a little heated because uh, towards the middle of the stream, I was talking with someone who I didn't know at the time. Um, was battling some form of schizophrenia. Um, he was definitely on the schizophrenic spectrum. I would say maybe he had what you call a schizotypal personality, schizoid. um, and he was messing with the stream a little bit because he was just making a bunch of random incoherent statements and was flooding the chat. So it took me a while to catch up and try to bring everything back into focus. But some of you might find it entertaining. Um, check it out. It's the last one of the paranormal discussions I had. It started 3 weeks ago where I just had a discussion where I said let's talk about paranormal stuff, and that first one didn't wasn't that great because I guess the topic was just too broad, so people didn't really have much to say. And I noticed that's a common thing in these live streams. If you open up the subject uh, where it's too broad of a scope, people are everywhere with it. So narrowed it down, and so each day I had a specific topic within the paranormal. So I talked about astrology, psychic predictions, aliens and UFOs, spirits, um, ESP, um, mysterious places, um, and I ended it yesterday with like secret society organizations. And so I pretty much did that all for the past 3 weeks. The only other divergence from that was like sometimes I would do any ask me anything day. And so today is one of those ask me anything days as I shift to some new topics for this week. We're going into into we're into the Christmas season, so might have some topics related to that later on. But today is my ask me anything day where you can ask me anything that's appropriate and um, something I can answer. But anything that's any sort of rational or appropriate question, I'm down for. Um, I'm open to mostly any questions. Like I always tell people, I don't know much about sports or video games. So if you ask me stuff about that, it's not I'm not going to be able to help with those sorts of questions. Other than that, like generally, I'm a cornucopia of random information. So I'm open to whatever. Hooper said I subscribe. Thank you, Hoopers. Appreciate it. Um, I was thinking maybe I should have extended the paranormal discussion more, but I don't know what else to talk about with that. Like I opened it up to literally everything. Like probably what I'll just do is revisit some of those subjects on another day. Another one we did, I forgot, was cryptids or sort of mythic beasts and monsters. That was a good one too. Tony Hancock says younger Dreas. I don't know who that is. Kennedy Perez says hi. What's up? Ashty. I don't know who that. I don't know how to pronounce that name. Having a background, some some more AI generated music again from the YouTube channel Ambient Worlds, but this time it is Middle Earth Rivendell music and ambience. So sounds like the the music of the elven folk of Middle Earth, which I love. I love. I'm a J.R.R. Tolkien nerd, so I love The Lord of the Rings, Hobbit. and all the other stuff he wrote. I read all his books related to Middle Earth. Um, the last two that I read of J.R.R. Tolkien um, weren't finished by him. I think his son Christopher Tolkien ended up finishing those books for him by editing all the stuff that he had put together but never published himself. And then his son went on to write some other books as well, but I only read the last two books that J.R.R. Tolkien himself wrote. Anyway, let me get back to the comments. I'm going to probably put on my glasses. David Hodima says, "What killed the dinosaurs?" Well, see, well, that is a. I don't know if that's a trick question or not, but most of us know that a asteroid um, hit the Earth and kind of took out most of the dinosaurs, but it didn't kill all of them because birds are the descendants of modern day. Well, birds are the modern day descendants of a particular species of dinosaurs that could fly. So they didn't all die out. Most of them did. A few of them survived to end up evolving to our modern day birds. Alex Saint Bevy says, "What business would you start with $1 million?" Um, Probably like a, like a fast. I don't know. There's a couple of things like a fast food franchise. Like Chick-fil-A is pretty good because it's not expensive as opening up a Burger King or McDonald's franchise. Um, However, you don't make as much profit from the Chick-fil-A, but they're easier. They're more affordable than some of the bigger fast food chain restaurants for a franchise. So I might, maybe open up a I don't know. Let's probably open up like a fast food franchise, but I would do it in my actual home overseas in the Philippines. So I don't think, because I don't think they have a Chick-fil-A over there. So it'd be great to open there in Metro Manila because they are very open to like new American fries franchises. Like Pop, they open up about like two or three Popeyes in Metro Manila 2 years ago. They opened up a Shake Shack over there as well. That's doing well. I told my wife, "You gotta try it." She had to split the burger with with my sister in law because she couldn't eat it. So yeah, I'll probably do that. Also, I'll probably put the money into the home spa service that my wife and I started, which is a service where we have massage therapists come to you for people who live in homes or want a home massage or at a hotel. The therapists come to you. That's like a very lucrative thing over there. So, but that and I guess open up a franchise. No, 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 no. Scratch that. Scratch that. Scratch that. Sorry. I'll just buy up some property over there. That'll be the easiest thing. Scratch the franchise because I don't want to manage. Well, that's the good thing about the Chick-fil-A. I know I'm rambling, but yeah, actually, that's the good thing about the Chick-fil-A. It comes in with a whole bunch of stuff that helps you actually um, manage the business because they want it done in a very specific way, according to the owners of Chick Fil A, because they have a very strict religious and moral way they want Chick Fil A to be run. So, um, mm, so I would be down with it. I think Chick Fil A would do well in the Philippines. So yeah, I'll stick to that. So the Chick Fil A, maybe buy a few some property because property is very cheap over there. And buy some property. David already answered your question, so I hope you're not on some schizo stuff. Hooper says, "Please, what channel? What what channel? What? I don't understand what you're asking about. What channel?" Eric says, "What do you think about the latest Lord of the Rings show, Ring of Power?" So I only watched the very first episode of the first season, and it was boring as shit. The cinematography was good, but that's literally the only thing I can say about it. The acting was whack. It didn't feel like it was in a Tolkien universe at all. Like, you know, Peter what's his name, Peter King or whatever the guy's name is. He raised the bar so far that this this overpriced um Amazon Prime show just did not do the do. It was because the first episode is like 2 hours long, and I'm sitting there just watching it, like drinking coffee to stay up to watch this shit. It was boring as hell. I'm sitting there trying to watch it while but it was so boring. I'm looking on my phone, scrolling on my phone like Facebook and Instagram while watching it because it was just so boring. When something when a show or movie is captivating, my phone is down, and I'm only looking at it if I'm receiving a message or something. But it was horrible. They the people clearly didn't understand Tolkien's world. First of all, uh, the elves aren't supposed to be dour. Like it didn't make sense. Like the, the elves were known to be these cheerful people. Like they're literally always singing and stuff like that. Um, and the black elf just didn't make sense. Like in in Tolkien's universe and in Scandinavian folklore, period, is like pretty well established that elves are very pale skinned race of people. And people say, well, he was a dark elf. No, dark elves don't literally mean their skin are dark. Dark elves mean in Scandinavian folklore that they are unenlightened, and in Tolkien the same thing is as well, but specifically they didn't take on the call to see the light of of the tree. I forgot the tree that's in the elvish part of Valinor. They never took the call to go there. So they were considered the dark elves because they are considered more primitive to the ones who answered the call, the high elves. So that's the problem. Uh, they had the little pre-hobbits, the people who were like sort of the ancestors of the hobbits there. Now those are the only people who actually were supposed to be dark skinned because they were described by Tolkien himself that these people were often of you know brown skin. So if you were going to make anyone brown skinned just for the sake of cultural diversity, it should have been them. Then they made a black female dwarf. Like they got it. First of all, again, the dwarves were not black people, and on top of that, if you're gonna have I don't mind you having a female dwarf, but she doesn't even look like a female dwarf. Like Tolkien explained what female dwarves look like in Lord of the Rings. Like the fact of the matter was people who didn't know the dwarvish people didn't know that there were female dwarves because even female dwarves had beards. It's, the female dwarves didn't have beards in the show, so it shows they don't understand the Tolkien universe. Besides that, the show itself is just built on the stuff that were in the footnotes of the Lord of the Rings book because they weren't granted permission by his estate to use his other books that talked about the fall of Numenor, um, and the stuff that predated the stuff that happened in Lord of the Rings, like in the Second Age and in the First Age of Middle Earth. So they weren't allowed to use those books. So they literally just scrounged up a whole series based on stuff they could find in the footnotes of Lord of the Rings because that was the only thing the estate gave them permission to use, which is just not a good basis on which to make a show. And then they turned what's her name? Galadriel into a warrior. She was not a warrior. Like Galadriel is not known as a warrior. That was not her thing. That was not when that was not within her history. And they got a new show coming out, I think on Max, where they're gonna go on to talk about the uh the the horse people, the whatever their names are, and do a whole thing about this female character in the original Lord of the Rings who wasn't named. So they say, well, Tolkien was wrong not to leave her unnamed. I'm like, it's his fucking writing. How you gonna tell him what he should have done and not done? Like, she wasn't important to the story, so now they're gonna make a whole story about an unnamed female character for this new animated Tolkien show. I think this is gonna appear on Max next year. I'm not gonna watch it. Like, it's all about explaining how that in that one battle scene, the area where they were in the second movie, the twin, the two towers. Um, so yeah, it I'm not gonna watch it. And like I said, the Rings of Power looks is trash. It's just fucking trash. It's diversity for the sake of diversity, and this is why people elected Trump because they're tired of this dumb shit. You fucked up the token, like you're trying to fuck up the token uh, universe with these little cash grab forced diversity shows that no one likes. The most expensive show ever made, and no one even watches it. Like that sounds like some financial embezzling going on or something. Like how can you how, how is that a worthwhile project to make? David Dimsley, yes, thanks, bud. Yes, that's true. I know. I mean, I don't know why you even asked me that. I mean, that's kind of common knowledge at this point. What killed the dinosaurs? That's a weird question to ask an adult. Like that's a question you ask like a 10-year-old, not someone in their 40s. That's I'm just saying. I mean, I appreciate the question, but it's just it's a little, it's just really random. Chris is Chris Georgiadatis says no, only cockroaches live. Bruh, no, no. During the the during the mass extinction caused by the asteroid that hit the Earth that killed the dinosaurs, yeah, 70% of, I would say about 70% of species all across the planet were destroyed. But it wasn't only cockroaches that lived. If only cockroaches lived, we wouldn't be here. We literally wouldn't be here. We're descendants of the mammals who survived that mass extinction. On top of that, there's been five, repeat, five mass extinctions that have gone on in the history of the Earth. The dinosaur extinction, the Jurassic extinction, is just the last of the five. We're currently in a sixth one, believe it or not. But in any case, um, it wasn't only cockroaches that lived. That's the dumbest shit. I'm guessing you're from overseas and you guys don't get very good science or history wherever you got your public education. Because no, that's patently false that only cockroaches live. Because all the animals who live today are the descendants of the survivors of that mass extinction. Obviously, again, birds are the modern day descendants of the dinosaurs who lived because they could fly away. Duh. The mammals who survived were shrew-like animals. They could burrow into the ground so they could escape what was happening on the surface, and so on and so on. Animals that lived in the seas escaped some of the problems that happen on the surface. Unfortunately, I don't have any of my moderators, so I'm gonna just time people out myself who are fucking idiots like this. Guy asked me, "Am I from Breaking Bad?" Chris says, "Birds don't fly forever. They need to sleep, and they do it on the ground." My guy, there wasn't you acting like every part of the world at all at once was completely toxic. It obviously wasn't. You don't know history, you don't know science, and you obviously don't know biology. Step down, let the grown people talk. Anyway, David says, "What's your thoughts on Syria in a year?" I don't know. I don't have thoughts on it. I know that Russia was involved with protecting Syria, and now they're going after Assad. Dumbass Biden has launched an attack, and that's all I know. I don't have much thoughts on Syria. Not a country that I really particularly care about. To be honest, I don't. Sorry. Pog Whisper, you earned yourself a timeout for being a moron. I don't. I don't suffer retards. Liam MC says, "What do you think about the Paul Tyson fight?" Well, I've already talked about that, but I mean, you weren't here. Um, some people. I'm sorry. I think the fight was fugazi. I've seen some commentators who know martial arts or boxing but don't do it very well. So there's like, oh, it's very hard to fight people. So he wasn't. It wasn't fixed or whatever, whatever. I'm not saying it's fixed. The fight was just fugazi. There's obvious parts where they were like they there's there's multiple parts during the fight where they were holding their punches. They were. Um, so I don't think highly of the fight, and I don't respect a 20-something-year-old man who makes his career fighting people who are either not actual boxers, they're like washed up MMA fighters, or fighting senior citizen like heavyweight champions who are now senior citizens, or people who aren't even fighters at all. They're like NBA players. He Paul like Jake Paul will never be taken seriously by people who really love the sport of boxing. And I'm not hating on Tyson. If you wanted a quick payday, that's cool. My only problem with it is that he tarnished his boxing record to do so. But I think that's why when he talked to that little girl in the interview, he said he doesn't care about his legacy. I guess, and I mean, so he meant it. Like I think that was I think that was sort of like the foreshadowing of how this fight was going to go when he said he doesn't care about his legacy. Like I cannot prove it. So shout out to Catherine G, one of my moderators. She asked me, do I have any sort of irrational beliefs whatsoever? Because she knows I'm a dyed in the wool skeptic about mostly anything that most people believe that I find dubious, like aliens, ghosts, superpowers, psychic stuff, anything. So I'm pretty much skeptical about everything. But I do have some irrational beliefs. One of my irrational beliefs is that I do believe the Paul brothers make anyone who fights them sign an NDA, um, which specifies, you know, how hard they'll fight them and possibly even who will be the winner. And they can't discuss it because it's in a non-disclosure agreement. So that's my rational belief because I can't substantiate that claim in any way, other than my own prejudices against the Paul brothers that they are a bunch of fake YouTube boxers. I think the fight was for Gazy, but shout out to Mike for getting that quick payday. He made 20 million, which sounds like a lot, and it is a lot for most of us, but they automatic. What a lot of people don't know about those huge fight paydays is like the taxes are automatically cut out of it. So once you take the taxes out of it, and then you take the other fees and stuff involved, he probably made about 5 million of that 20 million, which is still a lot of money for most of us. But I don't think 5 million was worth fucking up his boxing legacy. But again, he said he doesn't care about legacy, so that's all I gotta say about that. Chris has said, "Don't tell Gus, guys. I look nothing like that actor. If you guys keep saying, I'm just gonna time out anyone who says that because you're just being racist at this point. I literally look nothing the fuck like him, like um, Giancarlo Esposito. He's half Italian, first of all, so that should point to the fact that we don't look anything alike. We like we're literally the only thing we have in common is that we share black ancestry. That is literally the only thing. We do look nothing alike. Absolutely nothing alike. There's no one who knows me personally, they would think I look anything like Giancarlo Esposito. So anyone who keeps saying that, I'm just gonna fucking time your dumb asses out. Cause I don't suffer retards and racist dumb fucks like you. I'm not saying you, Chris. I'm saying anyone who says that, I'm just gonna time them out if they keep saying I look. First of all, I didn't even watch that show. I'm not gonna watch a show about someone selling meth. That was just a dumbass show in the first place. I wasn't gonna watch that shit. But two, I don't look anything like Giancarlo Esposito. Nothing. He's even in the new Captain America movie as a yet to be named character. So I don't look anything like him. Sorry. Eric D'Amatos, can you please translate your comments in English? Chris Giordatis says, what do you think about a she-male giving birth? A she-male can't give birth. A she-male is a biological male. So that doesn't, that's, you know, physically impossible. Now, if you're talking about someone who's intersex, most intersex people are infertile. However, there you have different sorts of intersex persons, so I don't want to get into that. But people who are intersex are actually people who have a developmental sexual disorder. But again, most of them are infertile, so most intersex don't have functioning sexual organs. And again, a so-called she-male or transgendered female, we don't say she-male here. I know you're not American at this point because we don't say she-male here. But tranny, transsexual, transgendered female, whatever you want to call them, they are biological males. So it's physically impossible for them to have children, to give birth. I mean, you keep asking me what's my thoughts on Syria. Again, I told you before, I don't have any thoughts on Syria. I haven't looked into Syria, so I really don't care what's going on in that country. I have no thoughts on it. I'm not from the Middle East. I don't stay tuned to Middle East problems outside of what's going on between with Israel. So I have no thoughts on it. I have to be abreast of what's going on to know. Only thing I know is that Biden launched attacks in Syria because of the recent hoopla that came that happened recently. Shout out to whoever just sent me the super. Let me see where that came from. Oh, that came from Eric. Thank you, Eric. He said you don't look like Gus, but please watch Breaking Bad. So I you know what? All right, since you asked me, I watched the pilot episode, but I know everyone said it's great, and I'll admit that almost all those AMC shows that came out like 13 years ago were like awesome. So I recently binged um, Mad Men. That was a great series. I did not know how good that series was, and the reason I watched that was because I watched this Jerry Seinfeld movie on Netflix like 5 months ago, and they had a scene where they had one of that guys doing advertisements come in, and it was the actual, main character from Mad Men. And I was like, you know what, I'm gonna watch this show. Then I watched the first episode. I'm like, man, this is good. I just fell in love with the whole series and just watched the whole thing, binged it, and like, well, I can, yeah, I binged it like within like 3 months. Um, so to be fair, I watched. I guess I can watch the pilot episode of Breaking Bad only because you recommended it, though, Eric. Um, but I had some folks try to get me into it of like many years ago, and I was like, "What is this?" Because the fact that I grew up in Baltimore around a lot of drugs and crime, I was turned off from movies that kind of was into that sort of stuff. That's why I never watched The Wire on HBO. Well, I watched the last half of the last season of The Wire, because it was funny because the last half season of The Wire actually fit into what was actually going on in Baltimore at that very time with the election of former Mayor Cheryl Dixon, and alleged corruption around her, which was turned out to be true, and some other stuff. But I was never into watching The Wire, and everyone in Baltimore loved it. And I'm like, dude, I see this stuff when I go outside. Why do I want to see that when I watch TV? It's like when I watch TV, I kind of want to escape the 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 dreariness of what I see outside. So I don't want to see drugs and crime and stuff like that. I want to watch something like superhero stuff or sci-fi or fantasy or Pretty Women or something. But cause you don't have Pretty Women in Baltimore either. Yeah, I said it. But nah, So I'll try the pilot episode. If I like the pilot episode, then I'll watch some more of it. I'll do that later this evening because there's nothing else worth watching. So I'll watch the pilot episode. Um, okay, Chris is on some weird stuff. I pretty much knew he was. Use these little foreign weirdos. He earned himself a timeout saying he fucked a chicken. So and yeah, guys, he really did say that. You probably couldn't see it because the comment was hidden. So I decided not to show that. uh, that's just a weird. That's just a really. That's just a. That's just some crazy work to say stuff like that openly on a live stream. L Big Time says, "What's up, Gus? Well, what's up? You just earned yourself a timeout." David says, "You talked about food stores, dummy." First of all, who the fuck are you calling dummy? You're on my platform. You earned yourself a timeout. I mean, first of all, you're a fucking retard asking a great. I don't give a fuck about Syria. Go. Why don't you go over there and go fuck Muhammad? Piece of shit. Yeah, I went there. Guys, I'm gonna warn you. I'm gonna warn you. You come in here trolling a Gen X person, prepare to get your feelings hurt. I will insult your race, your religion, your gender, anything else, because I don't give a fuck. Us kids from the 80s are born of a different cloth. I'm telling you. So don't come in here with the shit. He's mad because I didn't want to talk about Syria. I literally told him I don't know anything about what's going on in Syria other than very, very paltry details that Biden had recently launched some attacks in retaliation to what was going on recently. That's all I know. So he wants to get mad about that. Grow a pair. So not only did I time him out, I decided to ban him. And the loser will probably come back and change his username, like a lot of them do. Christian says, "Hi, what's up, Christian?" Pick says, "Bro's calling people losers when he's using his generation as an excuse to insult other people's religion." Yep, I sure am. Here's the thing, when you snap on people, there are no rules. You would know that, but you're a fucking Gen Z dick sucking, low testosterone, low IQ piece of shit faggot who probably doesn't have a daddy and models his mother. So go suck a dick with your little Garfield looking avatar ass bitch. Christian says, "How are you?" I'm doing all right. What's up, Cat? Oh, Cat, did you see what I was saying? I was saying I do have a rational belief I could point out to you. I was saying my one of my rational beliefs is that I think that Jake Paul and his brother Logan Paul fix all their fights. That's my irrational belief. I have a strong suspicion that they make anyone they fight sign non-disclosure agreements to allow them to have an easy fight, if not outrightly just determine already the winner of the fight prior to the fight happening. That's my rational belief. He says that irrational though. It's only irrational because I can't substantiate the claim. Pick says I'm not even Gen Z, bro. Getting mad. Well, you're probably a millennial faggot too. I don't care about you either. Unless you're a millennial born before '83, I don't give a fuck about you either. So, fuck you, fuck your mother, fuck your father. You probably got fucked by your father, and fuck everything about your life and your whole fucking family. I don't give a fuck. You're on my fucking platform, bitch. And yes, I will insult people because of my generation, because my generation doesn't give a fuck. We literally don't. We're not soft like your bitch ass generations that came after us. Gen X is the last feral generation. So eat a dick, suck, you know, suck it off, swirl it in a figure eight motion in your mouth, and don't forget the tip, bitch. Watch yourself says you miserable. No, I'm not. I'm clowning on him. Watch yourself. People don't. They don't understand, Catherine. They think when our generation insults people that we're mad. No, we're not. We're just clowning them. They don't understand that because they were raised up by helicopter parents that taught them to have, you know, they have trigger warnings on everything, and they told them not to go down the block because it's unsafe for them to wander around the block. Meanwhile, us as kids, we wandered around the whole fucking neighborhood, and our parents didn't know where we were and didn't care as long as we came back before the lights, the street lights came on. I'm not miserable. I'm laughing at the guy. I'm clowning him. And I insult people because if you come here trolling me or insulting me, I'm going to insult you back. I give out the same energy they giving me. If you're gonna be respectful to me, I'm always gonna be respectful. But it's the few people who come in here trolling. And first of all, if you know you're younger than me, why are you disrespecting me? You don't disrespect elders. Like I wouldn't do that to my elders. The people that came before me, the boomers, the silent generation, and the greatest generation, I would never fucking come out my mouth sideways to them like younger people do today. We were taught better. We get popped in the mouth. But since you guys can say stuff online without the fear of retribution, you think you can talk recklessly to older folks. I'm not having it. You come here on my platform, you're going to hear the mouth of a Gen X, and it's going to be very salty. Catherine G says, "LO Gen X's have thick skins. We have to survive." Right. We have our generation is smaller than the previous ones because we culled the herd. Some of us didn't make it past 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 adolescence. Eric says, to be fair, weren't some of the helicopter parents also Gen X? Yep, I'm definitely that's definitely true, and that's one of my issues with my generation is how, with us being feral children, did we become these overbearing parents? I think it's an overcompensation for the fact that we were raised by these boomer or silent generation parents who we felt neglected from because we were the latchkey kids. We would come home and no one would be there to maybe 5, 6, 7 p.m. So we had to take care of ourselves. I think a lot of us internalized that and said we don't want to do that with our kids, but overcompensated for it. So yeah, to be fair, so yeah, you're absolutely right. A lot of these helicopter parents are Gen X, but and to be honest, I'm gonna blame them for their Gen Z kids. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know why Gen X has raised these Gen Z kids in the way they are. And the insults that I was hurling at the guy actually are real. They sound like insults, but these are actually like actual facts. Like, they do have the lowest testosterone of any of of males of any generation so far. We don't know about Gen Alpha yet, but I'm assuming once they start testing them, it's probably not going to look good for them either. And the IQs have lowered. It's actually a phenomenon called the reverse Flynn effect. In the study of psychometry, which is the study, that branch of psychology that studies like standardized testing um, through either achievement test or through aptitude tests. Aptitude tends to test like cognitive ability or achievement test educational level, whatever. But usually is a mixture of both in standardized tests. In any case, for almost 100 years since the standardized testing of IQ, scores kept going up. So they had to renormalize the test every generation because every newer generation will perform better on the test of the previous generation, which at first some people thought it meant that each generation was getting smarter. It wasn't that. It was that each generation was getting better at abstract reasoning because it was more focused upon in in education and utilized in many career fields. But in the past 25 years, we saw a reverse of that, and this was predicted in the bell curve by Charles Murray and Richard J. Herrnstein, which was a very controversial book at the time when it came out in 1994. But they predicted that the Flynn effect would go into reverse into the late 90s, 2000s. And when it did so, we'll see a rise in societal problems as we're seeing right now. Um, so, and so the Gen Z generation is the first generation where we've seen they are performing more poorly than the previous generations. So they're less. So again, they have lower testosterone than previous males of other generations, and they can't reason abstractly as previous generations, which shows a lot, which speaks volumes about the way some of them think and behave. And they're more effeminate. Look at the rappers of today compared to the rappers of the 90s. You would not see a rapper in the 90s wearing a purse and in a dress. So, anyway, that's all I got to say about that. But you're absolutely right that Gen X are the helicopter parents that have led to these soft ass Gen Z kids. Trust and believe my kid will not be one of those kids that is being uh, smothered like that. Nor will I have him go into a sport where everyone wears gets participation trophies. There better be a first place, a second place, and a third place. And if you ain't first, you last, Ricky Bobby. No, but all seriously, no. Yeah, yeah, my kid is gonna be cut from a tougher cloth. Christian says, "Love your elders." Right, like I said, people get mad at me when I insult these people, not realizing that someone who's like 20 years younger than me should not be talking to me in the way they are. Because I would not be talking to someone 20 years older than me in the way that they talk to me. I simply wouldn't. Even at my age now, and I'm in my 40s, I still wouldn't talk to like someone in my 60s the way they talk to someone like me. I wouldn't do it. You know, Catherine, she's not. I'm aware of Eric Broker. No, no. Eric is right, Catherine. Like a lot of these helicopter parents are Gen X and millennials. Kat says, "Thank God I didn't bring my daughter up helicopter style, nor Gangnam style." Never stop playing. Kat says, "Please like, share, subscribe by contrarian a coffee or drop a super chat." I just had a iced coffee too, Kat. You know I gotta have them for these prior to these chats because you've noticed the live streams where I didn't have coffee. I'm more, I won't say lethargic, but Usually I have less tolerant to fire back at trolls. I'll just be like, oh, okay, whatever. Cass says, give me a real masculine man any day over a pansy feminine male. Right. You see, even Taylor Swift switched up. She used to date nothing but little effete men. She switched them, got Travis Kelsey. It's like they are a really good match. And his and Travis Kelsey's ex, this little black IG model, is so salty about it. um, but yeah, I see them getting married and having a kid anytime soon. Actually, that's how he sort of won over Taylor Swift. That he was on his podcast with his brother, saying straight up he wanted to get with her and that he's ready to settle down and have have kids. And he he shot his he shot his shot on this podcast that she apparently had either reached out to him herself or had someone. Sorry, I was having some connectivity issues. I hope everyone's still with me. Um, but anyway, um, but anyway, I was saying I thought no way she would get to the Super Bowl in time because she literally performed the day before the Super Bowl, but because of the time discrepancy, it gave her it gave her time to make it. She got there on the Super Bowl on time, watched the entire game. That man won that Super Bowl. The Kansas City Chiefs, I think, won the Super Bowl. Man, I was sorry. I keep having connection issues, guys. Apologize. Sorry, I keep having connection issues, guys. I apologize for that. I don't know what's going on with my Wi-Fi. But anyway, I was trying to say that yeah, Taylor Swift switched up from feminine men to masculine men with Travis. Eric says millennials are considered the burnout generation because most were coddled and screamed by parents to sacrifice for college as young as 10 or be labeled as an underachiever. Um, yeah, so the funny thing about millennials are most millennials are like the younger siblings, like the younger step siblings or half siblings of Gen X. Like we typically had the same parents. Like we both had like baby boomer parents, maybe even silent generation parents who fucked up with us. Like they had us at a young age, didn't know what they were doing. Then they got their shit together, got married to our step parents, and had either these and either raised our step siblings or half siblings, and these were typically our millennial counterparts. And they were coddled. They had it easier. Like our parents seemed to have got their shit together and decided we need to treat them better than we treated their their older siblings. Yeah, they were coddled, but some of the millennials aren't. I don't really, I don't really have beef with because, like I said, most of them are like younger half step or step siblings. But it's just Gen Z. I just do not like them. They are just soft with a capital T. They're soft and they're entitled. There's one thing to just be soft, but then you're also entitled. Um, they seem to they seem to not think the world existed before 1994. it's like it's like they can't extrapolate like a world before 1994. Um, and this is in the information age, where you can look all these things up. Like I had a sense of history before the 80s, but I wasn't online, so whenever I wanted to look up stuff, I had to go to I went to my encyclopedias, or at worst, I had to trek all the way to the library to find out stuff when I had certain curiosities about things. I went to the library to check out books using the old Dewey Decimal System and the card catalogs, and randomly looking up pulling these index cards out of the card catalog system to go find stuff in the library stacks. They don't do that. Shit, when you all the kids I do see in the library nowadays, they're going there playing video games or using the internet. They're not going there to check out books or anything like that. If I do see them checking out books, it's usually like comic books. Which no, no diss to comic books. 'Cause you guys know I'm a comic book nerd. But that doesn't count. Uh, Christian says, "Are you a grandpa? Do you have grandkids?" No, I'm not. I'm in my 40s, not 50s. No, I don't have any grandkids. I don't have kids yet. I'm in that weird age where no, well, I'm not gonna say that, but yeah, I don't have kids yet. My wife and I are ready to have some, but you know, since we're currently in two different parts of the world, kind of hard to make that happen right now. Um, we probably will, and I'm probably sure we'll probably have multiple kids. To, so, but don't have grandkids. I wouldn't have grandkids at. I mean, no, some people have grandkids at 47, but for a guy, no, because when I was in college, Christian, I was like, I'm not, you know, I, I was telling my friends at the time, I was like, we'd be foolish to get married before our 30s. Now, and a few of us did, and I don't begrudge them that. One guy, he already had a kid before I met him in his teens, like late teens. Another guy, he got married when we were, I think when he was 24, 25. But he had been, dating his college sweetheart for like 4 years. So, yeah, it makes sense. But I was telling, but for the bulk of us, I was like, man, we'd be foolish to get married and settle down and before our 30s. I was like, look, the girls right now run us. I said, in the teenage years, in the 20s, I said, the girls are up. They are up. Like, they're pretty, so they can get whatever they want from whomever they want. I was like, the tables turn when we hit 30s, fellas. I was like, in the 30s, we got our education, we got our careers. The women on the downswing with their beauty. We're in the upswing with our looks and our financial, capabilities. I said, that's when women come flocking to us. I said, so we would be foolish to get married and have kids before then. And I meant that. So I wasn't ready to settle down until I was like 36, 37. And, so I got married at 39, like a few months before I turned 40, actually. No, like a month before, yeah, like a month before I turned 40. So, um, you know, my wife was in her 20s, so she was, nubile. So, um, you know, I, I don't, I personally don't think any guy should have kids before they hit 30 because you're not really a man until you hit 30. Like, technically, you're an adult when you hit 24, but what 25, but like you're still you're still you still think like an adolescent pretty much until you like 30, really 35. Like 35 is really when you are a grown man. 35. You'll see. You'll see how childish. You'll look back at yourself at 21, even 25, and realize you were still pretty much a kid, like mentally, compared to when you're 35 and up. So I don't think any guy under the age of 30 should have kids because this is you're just not mature yet. So yeah, I don't have any grandkids because, like I said, at the latest, I wouldn't have had kids until I was like well into my late 30s. Cass isn't entitled needs to be slapped right out of them. Yeah, I mean literally, it should be slapped out of them. But they'll see when Biden brings them World War III, a lot of them are going to be forced to grow up because he seems determined to cause World War III before he leaves office next month. So Jason X says, "Why do you think we are alive?" I don't know why do you. I don't know exactly what you mean, but you're alive because of your parents and their parents before them, and so on and so on. I'm sure that's not what you actually meant. I know you meant that in uh, a more existential way, but I don't. The reason why I'm being facetious is that I don't think it. I think it's just a. I think that's a. Uh, I think it's a misdirected question. Like, why do you think we are alive? It's because there's life, and things happen. Like there's there's no there's no deeper there's no deeper meaning hidden behind the reason why we're alive, other than the history of our parents and their parents before them. There's no deeper meaning to that. I think some people search for a deeper meaning, and I would caution you with that, because people who claim to provide you the answers to that are probably the very same people who would try to manipulate you as well. So I would be cautious about that. Um, Land, Landon does stuff says, at what age do you think a kid should own a phone, and when would you show them the internet? In my opinion, you can't even really hide the internet from kids anymore. It's too normalized. I don't believe you should hide the internet, but as far as own a phone, yeah, my kid wouldn't be owning the phone until like they're probably like, mm, like 15 or something. Like you don't really need one. As far as internet, don't have to hide the internet from them. Like just monitor it. Like what you do is, you know, you allow your kids to use the computer, but you keep your computer in the living room or the family room, whatever, in public view, so they're not in their own room and in their own privacy looking at the internet. Anything they need to do on the internet can be done in public view of the rest of the families, so we can make sure that everything is on the up and up. Make sure no one online is trying to take advantage of them, and make sure they're not doing anything sketchy themselves. That's all. They can use internet. Internet nowadays is a necessity. Um, but like I said, they don't get a private computer. They get a family computer that's in the family room or living room, so that the parents can monitor what's going on. That's how you do it. As far as owning a phone, again, they don't. Kids don't need a phone. I don't care how much they protest or say, "Well, everyone else does." Well, you're not everyone else. You're not gonna own your own phone. Like I'll let them use uh, a phone when they need it. Like you know, say for an emergencies, I'll just buy them one of those little burner phones from like Walmart or Target. Like one of those little track phones. You can get your kid one of those little track phones where you buy them minutes, and once they are done with those minutes, that's it. So say you're gonna be out of town or whatever, someone be like, hey, I'm gonna give you this phone so you can contact me in case anything happens or I need to reach you. That's it. You buy them, get them a burner phone, and then when they don't need anymore, you take the burner phone back, and you can just replenish the minutes on it as need be. But kids don't really need a smartphone. They don't. It's just like we didn't have personal phones in our house when we were kids. We don't need cell phones. Like I don't understand how people, again, these same Gen X people will give their kids these little smart devices that opens them up to a whole bunch of potential danger for no reason, when we couldn't even have pagers. We couldn't even have pagers like in school, and they didn't allow us to have pagers. They thought it was only for drug dealers, but now they can have cell phones in school. We couldn't have, like, cell phones were around when we were kids, like and teenagers too. We couldn't have a goddamn cell phone in school. Now they acting like it's a right. And some of these same helicopter parents are, what if I need to get in touch with my kid in case of it's a danger? Um, okay, but what were parents were able to get in touch with their kids for the past 80 years without them having a personal cell phone. So why do they must have one now? There's nothing changed in the world that they now need a phone while they're in school. So yeah, my own kid and my wife is pretty much in agreement with me on that. Like they don't need any smartphone, like while they're in school. Like unless there's a very specialized reason. And if so, like I said, I'll just give them a burner phone to use temporarily. But probably not until they're like at least 15 to 16 would I buy them their own phone. I don't think they need a phone before that age. On top of that, you don't want kids of a young age looking at digital devices anyway, at monitors. The American Pediatric Association, the American Psychiatric Association, the American Psychological Association, and the Association for Psychological Science, and the American Medical Association all agree that young kids should not be using devices with digital monitors before the age of 6, because at that age the brain is still wiring, and kids who are using these sorts of devices at that age, it will cause them attentional deficits. Like it won't, it may not necessarily cause them ADHD, but they will have problems with focusing and attention if they use devices with like monitors at a young age. So I would forewarn people not to let uh, young children under the age of, I would really say 8 to be cautious, under the age of 8, but at least 6. Like um, don't let them stare at screens, because it's going to mess up their attention and focus, which will probably hurt them severely in school later on. Uh, Kat says you are classed as an adult at 18 in Australia, but they are still immature kids. Yeah, same here. I mean, you have two classifications of adulthood here. I wasn't going by the legal. I was going by the cognitive stage of adulthood. Um, so yeah, at 18 you're an adult here. However, you still cannot drink at 18 unless you have a military license. Like people in the military can drink at the age of 18, but if you are not in the military and don't have a military ID, you have to be 21 here to drink. Um, which is crazy because like they can drink at 21, but they can sign up, they can enlist in the military and lose their life. So it's like unless you sign up for the military where you could possibly lose your life, you can't drink at 21. So, but 21 is usually the age at which um, legally you're a full adult, because now you can drink and you don't have to have a provisional driver's license, because in a lot of states they have provisional driver's licenses for people under 21. So after 21, you no longer have a provisional driver's license and you can drink. So 21 is really like the age of adulthood, especially when you look at it also psychologically. That's when you reach you know uh, brain maturity is at 21. So that's one. Uh, that's when adolescence ends, is at 21. But in cognitive development, um, technically, you are still um, you are still quite immature until you reach the age of about 25. And that's also around the same age where um, auto insurance goes down and stuff like that, because people know that people are actually more mature after the age of 24, particularly males. So that's when insurance goes down for us, because before then, auto insurance is sky high for someone who's 18, 21, whatever. So usually it's about the age of 25 you can get a reasonable insurance policy, auto insurance policy. So you you don't reach full cognitive development until about the age of 25. So that's why I say you're still immature. But I was saying compared, but even like I said, even when you look at that, like socially, I don't think you really come into your manhood until, and I'm only talking about men here, not women. For the other, as far as adulthood, like I said, for both men and women, it's really around the age of 25 when you reach cognitive maturity, as opposed to just um, biological maturity. But at 25, both men and women reach cognitive maturity. But like I was saying, socially, just you really don't reach manhood till you're like at least 30, really 35. So that's but that's like I said, that's a social thing. That's not anything dealing with legal or cognitive development. Um, Eric says Gen Z is the first generation to not really know a world pre-internet. They and Gen Alpha have grown around tech and being constantly online. For many, their first toy was a tablet or phone. Absolutely. Like I said this before, like when you go into a toys, like if you go into a department store nowadays and you look into the toy section, you're probably gonna find grown men there. And they're not and again, I don't want people to be creeped out about it. They're not on some creep shit. These are just people my age, in their somewhere between their early 40s to early 50s, who grew up loving toys and now they collect them as adults, because most kids don't buy toys anymore. They want they want smart devices for for Christmas gifts and birthday gifts. My nephew and niece are the same. They didn't really play with their toys. I've accumulated a lot of their toys, um, after they've thrown them away. I was even mad. I gave my nephew like some of my classic wrestlers. I had the ones from the 80s. I had the big bendable Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant. Gave that to my nephew and two WCW wrestlers. I think one was Ric Flair. Then I don't remember who the other one was. So I gave him those four wrestlers. And his mother threw them away because he didn't play. He didn't want to play with them. And I was like, why didn't you just give them back to me? Why'd you throw those away? I was like, those are vintage toys. I could have kept those or sold them. And she was like, oh, I didn't know. I'm like, man. So, um, yeah, he played a little bit with his Ninja Turtle or Batman when he was little, but he really didn't play with toys. Like they were more interested in video games and phones and tablets, stuff like that. So normally when you go to a toy section, you're probably gonna see an adult male there. You're not gonna see kids. Like every matter of fact, every time I'm like in a Target or Walmart or even a dollar store and I come across a toy section, I'm automatically perusing to see if there's anything worth buying. But the funny thing is, you'll rarely see a kid in those toy sections. Even the Legos, like most of the people who buy Legos now are adults, which is that's this is why now you see the Lego toys are specifically designed with adults in mind. Like stuff like like you can buy like a Lego version of the Osaka Castle, which is like probably would take like weeks to fix up, or the Death Star. Like if people saw Spider-Man Homecoming. um, I mean, yeah, he was a kid, but I mean, he was a teenager, so it's not like he was a little kid. Like those were made for little kids, but his friend made the Death Star. Like little kids aren't playing with Legos or action figures or dolls anymore. Their parents still buy it for them, but that's not really what they want. Leo PK says hi. What's up, Leo PK? He says no, we should hide it. Uh, no, we do for security. Security or not. L logic. This doesn't help your child. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. He said the contrarian is Swedish. Is a what? I black. I don't know what the fuck you're saying. You're gonna get timed out because you're saying something about me being black. Like what? I don't know what the fuck he's saying. So, anyway, Lily says, God bless you. Thank you, Lily. Nathan says, favorite scripture. I don't have one. I'm not religious. Um, I have favorite stories of the Bible if you want to know that, but I don't have favorite scriptures. Because again, I'm not a religious person, so I don't take that stuff seriously anymore than I would have a favorite verse from a fairy tale. Because I consider, you know, biblical or Quranic scriptures tantamount to fairy tales. So now I have favorite stories from the Bible if you want to know that. Cass says, yes, totally agreed. The cognitive maturity is in the mid 20s. Nathan says, you don't reach manhood until you can be accountable for your actions. Well, yes and no. I mean, because here's the thing: you're accountable for your actions as by the time you're an adolescent. When you're 13, you know right from wrong. So I don't want to hear that. This is why people have very little tolerance for all the juvenile repeat offenders here in Baltimore and in other inner cities within the United States. These kids know right from wrong, and especially in places in democratic strongholds like Baltimore and Philly and New York City and San Francisco and LA, and they let these kids get away with this stuff, and they know that they can get away with it. That's why they keep repeat offending, because they know they're not going to face any sort of serious repercussions. So here in Baltimore, you got kids as young as 13 going out robbing people, beating people up, stealing from the, like still, jacking their cars, sticking people up, like drinking openly downtown, at the, at the harbor, stuff like that, because there's no, they know under the current mayor, there's not going to be any serious repercussions. So you don't reach manhood at adolescence, but you're still accountable for your actions at that age. Like at 13, 14, 15, you know right from wrong. Shoot, you know right from wrong after the age of like 8. If we acquire a theory of mind. A theory of mind is basically in cognitive development the ability to realize that other people have minds outside of our own. You reach that most normal brain people reach that stage of cognitive development around, like, somewhere around the age of 4, was at least by the age of 4, I would say, maybe 5 at the latest. So you already know that there's other people outside of your own self that have different thoughts and feelings to your own. And like by the age of at least 8, and I would say arguably younger than 8, for most normal brain people, you already know right from wrong. It's just that the stage your your the complexity of your sense of right or wrong is develops over time. So at first it starts at a very concrete stage. For people who know, Jean Piaget and his stages of childhood development, he wasn't always right about things, but we know that he was right that there are stages of cognitive development through 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 childhood and on through adolescence and until adulthood. So you start off knowing right from wrong from a very early age. I'm gonna say at least I'm gonna say at least by 8, and it's a very concrete thing. Like it's very black or white. By the time you reach early adolescence, you know that there's more nuance. That certain things may be right or wrong, but uh, there could be mitigating circumstances, right? And then as you become older adolescent and a younger adult, you know that some things that could be wrong could be right for other reasons, or some things that are seen as right could be wrong for other reasons. But in any case, uh, you're accountable for your actions by the time you you are in a you are a teenager. This is why teenagers are sent to juvenile detention centers because they are a danger to them to others at that age because teenagers can kill, rape, and steal, and they know what they're doing. That doesn't mean but that doesn't mean they've reached manhood yet. When I say manhood, I mean it in a social sense. So in the cognitive sense, I mean you're an adult at 21 because you reach brain maturity, but you're not, but you haven't reached full cognitive maturity until you're about 25. Okay, but I'm talking about social. I'm talking about manhood in the social sense, like the 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 not as far as accountability, but the sort of recognition that you are a grown man that has responsibilities beyond yourself to society and to the others dependent on you and stuff like that, and that you have to act a certain way that reflects upon your status. This is not something that comes to men till they hit their 30s. So this is more of a social maturity, and I think that comes latest. That the first thing you reach is sexual maturity, which is adolescence. Then you reach brain maturity when you hit around 21. Then you reach cognitive maturity when you hit around 25. But you don't reach social maturity for men until you hit your like 30s, if that makes sense. Cass says, please like, share, and subscribe by contrarian a coffee, please, 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 or drop a super chat. Nathan says, you'll never stop learning regardless of age. Knowledge and wisdom are two completely different things. Well, I'll say this: I would hope people would never stop learning, but a lot of us, unfortunately, do. That doesn't mean you don't. That doesn't mean you lose the capacity to learn. But a lot of people just stop learning because they think they've had enough. I don't ever think I'll have enough learning because the more you learn, you, there's so much stuff you don't know. So there's always more that you can always learn, even within your own realm of expertise. Say you are an expert in dinosaurs to talk about what the guy was talking about earlier. You know everything about paleobiology, and even with paleobiology, you specifically study a specific amount of dinosaurs within a specific period of of the of of the Cretaceous period. There's still more you can always learn because there's so much that we don't know, right? So you should never stop learning, but that doesn't mean that everyone does keep learning. As far as knowledge and wisdom being two different things, it depends what you mean. So, I mean, it's different ways you could define knowledge. This gets into epistemology, by the way, which is literally the theory of knowledge, rationality, and beliefs. So, yeah, as far as philosophy and cognitive science is concerned, knowledge is just a special type of belief. It's a belief that is not only true, but we would say a justified true belief is the traditional definition of knowledge in epistemology. But now, most of us don't think that's a satisfactory definition. Many of us now have a reliabilist definition of it, which is that it's a true belief that tracks all relevant circumstances, that it has no known defeaters to its claim. Okay, and so when I say tracks all relevant circumstances, so we talk about being reliable, that it within a certain scope, like we replace it being a true justified belief with it being a true reliable belief, or a belief that tracks all relevant factors and has no unknown defeaters, which means there's nothing that can debunk, that can falsify that claim of which we know of, right? Um, Whereas wisdom, again, that is a ambiguous word, can be used to talk. It can be used sometimes as a synonym for knowledge, or where you're getting at, and where I would agree with you, is that it's not a synonym for knowledge necessarily, but it's the application of that knowledge, right? And I would agree. So this is why sometimes we say science gives us the knowledge and philosophy gives us the wisdom or understanding, and that's how we could kind of differentiate them, the two. Like knowledge is sort of like the body of facts that we accrue, and wisdom is the understanding from the application of that knowledge, if that makes sense. Nathan says misconception that we need to grow up. Never we never do nor have to. Nathan says favorite story. Okay, yeah, I'll give you my favorite biblical story, because like I said, I don't have a favorite scripture, unfortunately. But hold up, I'm just scrolling up for a second. Um, so I think my favorite story is Daniel in the lion den. Like the whole story of Daniel, like, how his his brothers sold him off as a slave, and he's thrown into the lion's den and all that sort of good stuff, that ends up becoming like a part of the pharaoh's court, and ends up helping out his brothers and his father, and they become sort of the pillars uh, of the nation of Israel. Like he and his brothers. That was one of my favorite stories. Daniel and the lion den, because it has that sort of like, is very similar to like stuff that you were reading, like Greek and Roman mythology, right? So I like that story a lot. Um, yeah, yeah. I mean, there's some other good ones. I like, actually, to be honest, I actually like some of the gospel stories, but I like the stuff in the Old Testament a little bit better. And like I said, my favorite is probably like Daniel and the Lion Den. Nathan says I'm from New Zealand, completely different circumstances. Oh, understood. Uh, Kat is from Australia, so my moderator, Catherine. Christian says I'm back. Nathan says repeat offending because there's no rehabilitation and incarceration. Well, that's not necessarily true. And so I'm talking about juvenile detention, not adult incarceration. And juvenile detention, they have all sorts of services for them, but there is problems with the juvenile detention in Baltimore. There's a lot of abuse that goes on towards those minors by some of the people working there. So that's a huge problem. However, even if they have rehabilitation and stuff like that, it doesn't matter if they're going back to the same crummy environment which birthed their problems in the first place. If they're still going back to the same single mother home where the mother isn't taking care of them, doesn't care what they do on the streets. This is why a lot of us in Baltimore said we need to start jailing the parents. It's like there's like, all right, so we don't want to hold the kids accountable. Fine, then let's start jailing the parents. It's like, charge the parents with a crime when the kids do something. That'll stop a lot of shit. These parents will start being way more accountable for their children's behavior if they have to get if they have to take the charge every time they their minor children commit an offense. So a lot of us have been saying in Baltimore, like, start charging the parents with the kids' crimes. It's gonna put an end to a lot of that shit. And so, like I said, even if there is rehabilitation in the juvenile detention centers, it's not going to matter because they're still going back to the same environment, which made it easy, which led to them committing crimes in the first place. Either, you know, parent neglect or abuse, apathy, um, not being in school. like you know substance abuse, um, whatever, like being being in a gang community, in a gangland community, all these sorts of things. Like if they're going home to that same environment, it's they're gonna they're more there's be very likely there's gonna be a lot of recidivism. So Nathan says that's what I'm saying. You're a man from a young age. The ability to accept it is where we fail, whether it be led away from peers, but you control you. To a degree, yeah. Like I said, teenagers are accountable for their own actions, but we do also recognize that they have very immature brains, so they're going to make mistakes. So you have to find a balance between holding them criminally liable for the things that they do, while also recognizing that teenagers are just naturally going to fuck up sometimes. I think where they cross the line is when they are harming others, when they're becoming a danger to their communities. Once they become a once they become a threat to their community, we no longer care that they're young anymore because now you're harming other people. That's how I see it. Once you start harming others, I think we should just bring in the Singapore laws. Start caning their asses publicly. Cass says juveniles get away with way too much with little to no repercussions. No wonder some end up hardened criminals. Absolutely, absolutely. Nathan says always gray areas. Adult 18 here. He said what makes a man? Accountability and integrity. Again, I'm not gonna get into existential definitions of manhood. Just like I said, a man is a an adult biologically adult male, um, which a lot of people in the LGBTQ QRSTVWXY and Z community would disagree with, but a man is an adult biological male. Um, uh, but as far as you talking about accountability and integrity, that doesn't. No, I don't feed into all those sorts of existential or quasi spiritual definitions of manhood. Like I'll leave that to the religious folks for that sort of stuff. Um, once you are 21, you are legally an adult male, and you need to act accordingly. You're still gonna mess up because you're still young, and we should expect that. But once you are a threat to others, um, I don't know. It's funny people are trying to go around my filters for saying niggers, so they try to misspell it. Like this guy hit a G-man or whatever. So he earned himself a permanent ban. He's trying to spell nigger so bad, but he knows he can't because I've put a filter in my live streams and on my channel that people can't leave that in the comments. So he's trying to get around it by spelling it every which way. He earned himself a permanent ban by doing so. Kat says I need to go for my walk. If you're still going, I'll come back on. Thanks, Kat. Appreciate it. But yeah, so if you ask what makes a man, I'm just gonna give you like a biological definition because I don't because in any sort of like social definition of what a man is going to be subjective. It's going to be relative to your culture, your society, and possibly your own personal and religious values. So I really can't answer that, Nathan. Siraj says, "Hello, bro. Um, welcome to live. What's up, Siraj? You mean welcome to my live? um, this Rivendell music is awesome, by the way. For the people who can't hear it in the background, I'm playing some um, some AI generated music. uh, of Middle Earth from like the Elvish. The scene like when they arrived to Rivendell and they kind of just stretched out that music and turned it into like a 3 hour um, song, like a 3 hour like sort of lo-fi. I'm from the United States. See what time we got here. 10:06. I still got time to do a second workout if I want. I might. Um, but in any case, where were we? So I was I was talking about some troll trying to use a racial slur, but fortunately I put in a filter so people can't spell it. So he was probably trying to do it and then couldn't, so he kept trying to spell it other ways just to make it past the filter, just to get blocked. And so for everyone coming into this live, by the way, this is my Ask Me Anything format. So it means you can ask me any question as long as it's appropriate and, you know, it's a, family friendly question. It's appropriate, so Tosh Phyllis says no. You said it wouldn't work. I'm so sorry. Um, okay. I have no idea what you're talking about, and I'm not taking the bait, so have fun with that. Well, there's another one. Valinor, an ambient journey for eternal peace. Lord of the Rings, The Shire. That probably is a good one. Fantasy, medieval, tavern music, Celtic music. You guys see this guy trying to troll, right? Like he think I'm gonna take the bait. Doesn't work. Like I wish, I wish some of you low IQ Gen Z people would try those little Jedi mind tricks on the weak minded. Doesn't work on Gen X. All the games you guys try to play, we've done it already. I mean, just like at Comedy Central, we used to have a show called Crank Yankers, where it was literally a show of puppets reenacting crank calls that we used to make. People used to make crank calls all the time, and they took puppets and reenacted those crank calls, and they called it Crank Yankers. So all these little games, you Gen Z and some millennials try. Again, we've done this stuff already. That's not how you spell puppetry. And putting in all caps for what? You haven't taken your Risperdal today yet, have you? Or your lithium? They try so hard, guys. But anyway, again, for people coming in or for the people watching us on replay, this is my Ask Me Anything format. So people can come in and ask me random questions. Whereas usually on any other given day, I'm going to have a specific topic. And when I have a specific topic, I'll only take questions that are that specific topic unless and only unless they drop either a super of some sort. And the supers can either be a super chat where they can ask me a question, a super sticker, or a GIF. And the GIFs will show up as an animated little image on the screen for everyone to see. Whereas the super chat will be a comment highlighted for everyone to see, and a super sticker will be like a static image, not like a animated image that pops up. or they can sign up for a membership to the channel or buy me a coffee through buymeacoffee.com. The link is in the description, or they can send me a cash app. I've received all of these. The only thing I haven't received is a Venmo, and I'm not even sure if I should keep my Venmo because I've outside of the free money Venmo sent me, I've never received Venmo uh, donations or use Venmo as a form of payment to someone else. Most people prefer like Cash App here, and when I'm overseas, like in the Philippines, most people prefer Gcash because Cash App isn't available in the Philippines, and I think Venmo isn't either. But they pretty much just use Gcash there in the same way we use. It's sort of like a Gcash over there. It's like if you combine Gcash is like if you combine Cash App with Uber, then that would be Gcash. So, and even with Gcash, you can take out loans too, which I don't think you can do with Gcash. I mean, which I don't think you can do with Cash App. With Cash App, you can like buy stock, stuff like that. But I don't think I think I'm not sure that Cash App allows you to take out loans, but Gcash does. And most of the people I know who've taken out loans have are usually people in dire straits and haven't paid those loans back to Gcash. So then they ask, can they use someone else's account to receive money because they're financially irresponsible, which would make sense because if you're using Gcash for a loan, you're probably financially irresponsible anyway. Put this over here. I'm surprised I didn't get asked more geopolitical questions yet. One person asked me about Syria, but he kept saying, "What are your thoughts on it?" And when I replied, "Hey, I don't really know what's going on in Syria. I just know that Biden retaliated against some attacks that they recently made." The guy got mad and tried to insult me, so I ended up just clowning him and then banning him. Also, for people who are saying, "Well, why is he talking to himself? Why is he talking to there's only one or two people in the chat room?" It's because I do upload these um, live streams after I'm done, so they can be um, watched on replay. And when they are watched on replay, um, they are, you know, they generate ad revenue. So I have ad placements in my videos. So in a live stream, which is like an hour or so long, that's going to be plenty of ad revenue that can be generated when people watch it on replay. So it makes money. So this is why when people are like, well, why are you talking to yourself? Why are you only talking? There's only a few people in the chat. Because I upload these for replay, and on replay, they place ads in the video replay. So if you're curious about that, you can go watch any of my previous live streams, and you'll probably as soon as you turn it on, there's probably gonna be ads, and I get monetized for the ads. So that's why I'll keep a live stream going, even if there's not very much conversation going on, up until a certain point. Like if there's just no, um, if there's just no replies coming from the chat room, then I'll just end it. But otherwise, I'll try to keep it going for a little while. Uh, I'm gonna try to keep. I'm gonna try to keep this going until my moderator Catherine gets back from her walk. But if not, I'll let her know. Sorry, I need some water. And like I said, guys, you can ask me any questions as long as it's appropriate and it's family friendly, like nothing obscene, and presumably something that's rational too. So basically, a question that's rational and appropriate. Okay. And like I said, I'm generally open to any questions, but I said, there are some limits on things that I just really have no thoughts on. Like, if you're talking about something that comes from a country of which I'm not familiar, like when the guy was asking about Syria earlier, I'm really not going to have very many thoughts on it. I mean, you can ask me the question, of course, but some things I may not have very much information on, and hence I won't have very many thoughts on it. Uh, Same thing that goes with sports. I don't watch very many sports. I'm sort of a nerdy guy, so I won't know too much about sports. But you can still ask me a question because it might be something I have seen. And video games as well. I'm not very well acquainted with um, I'm not very well acquainted with a lot of video games. Like the last video game console I owned was the classic Nintendo. I never asked my parents to upgrade me to the Super Nintendo, or you know because I had put so many years into classic Nintendo. I didn't feel like investing in another console. Now I still played those games at other people's houses. Like I played like Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, the Neo Geo, TurboGrafx 16. Because one of my friends just had all those consoles. He was a good dude. So if it weren't for him, I probably would have never seen how the Neo Geo plays with a TurboGrafx 16. Because a lot of people didn't buy them. Almost everyone wanted either Super Nintendo or Sega Genesis. And then, of course, later then came, stuff like um, Nintendo 64, Sony PlayStation, this Sega Saturn, and then Sega Dreamcast. Um, and then the Nintendo GameCube and Xbox and PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, yada yada yada. So I never got into those, but again, when my friends had them, I would sometimes play with them at their places, or PC games, or we would still go to the arcades because still places in the early 2000s that still had arcades, like at the movies, or if you went to Dave and Buster's. Some of you, if you're overseas, don't know what Dave and Buster's is, but it's sort of like it's sort of like this. It's sort of like an arcade um, for adults. It's like an arcade, a restaurant, and a pool hall all built into one. Okay, so I'll go to Dave and Buster's, and there's still arcades in the Philippines too. So I sometimes go to arcades in the Philippines, but it's very little here. Like I said, every once in a while you might go to a movie cinema and they still have like arcade set up. But other than that, yeah, if you ask me questions about video games, sports, or international affairs, I might not be able to give you any sort of um, good answer. But you can still ask me nonetheless. Now, if you want to know what I'm especially what I can talk about forever, anything dealing with philosophy, cognitive science, psychology specifically, or linguistics, or science in general, history, at least American history, um, um, and comic books, superheroes, stuff like that, Batman's, martial arts, um, sci-fi. So if you want me to talk like nonstop, any of those subjects. Let me check my chat filter here. Do, do, do. my community moderation. Let me see my block words I have up. All right. So it looks like everything is up to snuff. It just looks like I'm not getting too much feedback from anyone, which is cool. Like I said, I was just trying to keep this going until Catherine comes back. And shout out to Miss Needles if you out there. Miss Needle, let me know when it's a good time to do a live stream where you can moderate, and maybe you can I can we can do a actual collaboration again. I'd love to do that. But I was thinking maybe we could do a collaboration and maybe put it on your. Well, we can do it here, but then you can later share it on your channel as well. Since you haven't put anything up on your channel in a long time. This is Miss Needles, guys. This is one of my moderators. She's a German musician, so you can check her out. Her YouTube name is Miss Needles. Miss Needle. I'm sorry. I keep putting the S on this. Miss Needle. What country do you live in? I live in the United States. TT Vamp. I always find it funny when people ask me what country I'm from when I'm speaking with an American English accent. You're not going to find, well, it's a fair question though, because there are a lot of expats. So there are a lot of expats who are Americans who are living in other countries. So it's a fair question because sooner or later, I'm going to be streaming from another country and people are going to be like, what country you live in? And I'm going to be like, oh, I'm actually in such and such. So it's a fair question to ask. But I am American. I'll say that. But I may not always be here in the United States when I'm doing a stream. So it's a fair question to ask. Um, and I might even do a a secondary channel with my wife because we've set up a channel, but we just never put it to use. So, because we don't know if we just want to make the channel all about her or just make it about our travels. Or if she decides she doesn't want to post anything, I might just turn it into my martial arts channel. Because I was planning on doing a channel where I just focus only on martial arts. We'll see. Um, More than likely, I'll just keep all the martial arts content here, and the second channel will be devoted to either my wife or to traveling. But it's still up in the air because we haven't posted any content on that channel yet, so I haven't really figured it out. But we've had the channel up for like, I mean, we've made the channel like a year ago. It's just we haven't used it yet. So kind of up to her. Because either way, I know if she's on the channel, it will be way more successful than this channel because let's face it, like on social media, women are more successful. So if it's a channel showing her, it would do well and it would probably get quickly monetized. And if it's us showing us doing traveling and relationship stuff, then very sure it'd be much more. It'll probably be 2 to 3 times more successful than this channel is because uh, it took me almost 2 years just to get monetized. But then I was only doing content part time, like I am now. Like the real content creators, like they like it doesn't look like it, but a lot of those content creators, they are spending like a lot of time doing this stuff. You know, they have their production, their editing, um, all this like it can be a 6 to 8 hour, maybe even longer job, depending on how much content you put out per day. If you put out a lot of content per day, it is a definitely a full time job, like 8 plus hours. But for someone like me who's just doing it part time,
few hours at a time, and those hours mostly go into just like live streaming or whatever. Because live streaming is the easiest way to make content. But even still, if you have like a specific, like some people have scripted live streams, or not scripted in the sense that that everything is all the conversation is pre-written or anything like that. I mean scripted as in like they have a certain subject and they are going to allow certain people on to discuss things and have a certain time frame in which to do it, and so forth. So I don't do that. Everything here is very um, very off the cuff. But in any case, if I don't really get too much conversation, I'll probably end this within 2 hours. I'm in at 1 hour and 52 minutes and some change. Uh, so we'll see. I'm gonna try to keep this going up until for at least 2 hours. And if there's no serious repartee going on, then I'm gonna end this. But again, to tell everyone who's here or who will be watching this on replay, this is Ask Me Anything Sunday. So that means that people can come onto the chat room and ask me questions. No long as they are, as long as they're questions that are appropriate and friendly. But I will roast people who come here and are disrespectful or troll. So you will see that earlier on in the stream that that I had to actually had to cook a few people. And some people got mad, like, why are you being like that? I'm like, because I'm just a very sarcastic person. And I was like, it's sort of like endemic to my generation. Like we tended to be very cynical folks. Khan Sir Fan says hello. What's up, Khan? Um, get some water, guys. Yes, I have to drink this much water. Did you ever meet Russians? Yeah, I worked with a friend who's Russian. Um, he's a cool guy. We're still friends on Facebook, but we don't work together anymore because he he left the job to for his own. I would say for his own health reasons. I don't want to get too much in that man's business. He now lives in Israel. Um, I had a Russian friend in college, a really cute girl. Um, she was really cute. I don't know why I didn't settle down with her. Like, I mean, I settled down, but I definitely should have made it my girlfriend. um, I'm from the United States. He said, "Where are you from?" Maryland, to be specific. Yeah, I've had Russian friends. Like I said, dating. Like I said, even like kind of briefly dated a Russian girl. I don't know if you call it dating. I, I don't know. I don't know if you call it dating, talking. I guess. I guess talking is before you date, but whatever. But she was mad cute, and she was on a she was on a TV show, um, the Judge Mathis show. Well, I'm sure you don't know who Judge Mathis is, kind, but it's we had these little judge. I don't know if they have judge shows where you live. So like people like Judge Joe Brown, uh, Judge Judy, People's Court, um, stuff like that. She was on one of those TV shows where it was like a judge adjudicates like some sort of thing between two parties, and they televise it. Have you ever loved someone? Well, yeah, of course. Who hasn't? I don't know what you mean. If you mean romantic love or familial love, but yeah, we've all loved someone. If you mean romantic love, of course, I'm married. Actually, I've had my wife on a couple of my uh, and some of my live streams. The only reason she hasn't been on more is because there's been either a problem with my either with my live stream, or there's a firewall so that I couldn't bring her on for more collaborations. I'm thinking it's a firewall in the Philippines though, because I also tried to bring on another friend from the Philippines and she couldn't come onto the channel either. So I've been meaning to check that out by trying to bring on someone from the United States and see if that will work. And if so, that means that the firewall is just in the Philippines. So I have yet to discover that. I would like to see if I could bring Miss Needle back on to see if it was a problem with the Philippines specifically, as some sort of internet firewall with YouTube, or if um, if there's a problem with my channel that won't allow me to do um, the shared screen anymore. Khan says that's great. Your smile is describing that you have done something amazing and memorable things during your college days. No, I mean, no, I was just saying she was a really pretty girl. Like, nothing happened that was crazy or anything like that. We didn't really date. Like, we were getting to that stage, and then I forgot what happened. I think for some reason I lost interest in her, but she was mad cool. Like, originally, I remember my Vietnamese friend wanted to date her. She was at this campus party. It was the first time we saw her, like when she was a freshman, and he and I were both transfer students to the university. And I remember I guess she was giving him some. She was showing him that she was interested, and all the guys at the party was telling my Vietnamese friend to holler at her. So, but later he left the school. He graduated and moved on. I don't think he and she ever dated, as far as I remember. But she was still at the school same time I was. So, you know, but nothing. It was nothing. Nothing that big. I was smiling because it was funny, the fact that she was on this reality show on TV, and I remember that the Judge Mathis, on his TV show, he likes to pick fun at the people on his show when they say something he doesn't like. He'll try to roast them, and so she was telling me that, like, when she was on the show he was roasting her, and so I ended up watching. I think I ended up actually watching that episode of her, and I think I watched the episode of her on there, and he was a little salty. BSK says, "What's up? What's going on, BSK?" Oh, we made it to the 2 hour mark. I didn't think we would. So, yes. So, like I said, guys, just ask me anything today. Um, check some here, see if I got any messages. Yep, one from my cousin. Um, Probably people wondering what's that hanging above behind me. That is a um, American Indian medicine bag, an eagle prayer feather, not a real eagle prayer feather, because um, it's illegal unless you are a American Indian. They can have it for religious purposes, but most people cannot have actual Indian feathers, so it's just like a painted turkey feather. And then the other thing is a dream catcher. Then on the wall is just a school school certificate. This case says your notification buried. No savvy, bruh. Um, the notification. Well, I didn't set up the notification prior to doing a live stream because I just went right into it. Um, Usually, if I've planned it ahead, then I'll do a notification. But most of my vertical live streams, I kind of just wing it. So I really don't. You'll get notifications from my pre-recorded videos, but my live streams, um, I rarely do the notifications because usually I just kind of do them whenever I'm ready to do it because I really don't have a set time other than doing it in the evening. At least I started this one a little early around 8:05 p.m. I think. I wanted to do a little bit earlier than 9 so I could get off before 12. So,
But yeah, so I'm wondering. Now there's a new week. I'm done with the paranormal stuff. What will be the new topics I'm going to delve into? I'll probably delve into some of the current events that's been going on because there's so many, and I've ignored a lot of them because I wanted to finish my paranormal discussion. But we have a lot of stuff that's going on that I might have to talk about. Like they declared martial law in South Korea. That's a big thing. Um, the assassination of that health insurance CEO, and honestly, fuck him. Basically, says how much for a microphone you would use. Uh, I don't know. I haven't looked into the prices of them. I do want to get one of those microphones, and then set up like probably have a little tripod set up, something like that. But I haven't looked into the price of that because it probably would improve the audio. At least one thing I did like the YouTube did. They have a they I don't know why they just started doing this last either this year or last year, but now they have like a volume normalization where because if you notice up up until like last year, like you could watch different different channels on YouTube, and the sound would be all over the place. It'll be loud on one, low on another, and you had to keep adjusting the volume if you went from one YouTube channel to another. Now they have a built-in feature that you can normalize the volume across YouTube. So no matter what channel you're watching, it's going to put it within the same sound range. Um, you might still have to adjust it a little bit, but for the most part, it's not going to go from really high to really low. Because that used to be quite annoying. Like if I'm watching something, like say I'm downstairs and I'm cooking, and then I have to turn it up because I'm watching something really low, and then that the commercials come on and the volume is really high, and they're like, "Why you got the TV up so loud?" I was like, "Well, the show is on low, but the ads are really loud." Then there was a law long time ago. I don't know if you guys remember with TV that they had to change the law so that commercials can't shoot their back because what they used to do purposely was they used to make the sound on advertisements really loud between TV shows just to catch people's attention because they know that most people ignore ads between TV shows. So what advertisers used to do is display the sound on their advertisements very loudly, and so it took like I think like the FCC coming in to actually stop that. Um, but it's the opposite. It's like almost the opposite problem on YouTube where there's no normalization of the volume up until like probably sometime this year. So now you can relatively watch a bunch of different channels on the platform without having to keep adjusting the volume each time you change to a different channel. Like you go to you're watching me and you have to adjust it for my volume, and then you gotta turn it down or turn it back up when you go to somewhere else, like um, I don't know, watching Wisecrack or Film Theory or whatever. PSK says clip on not bad, all getting cheaper. He says old Brit in Japan, hilarious and crude. I can hear him swallow, etc. Whack. Ew. He said the commercials max vocal range hurts sidestepping uh, regulations. Yes, I'm not sure if they have the same regulations when it comes to like YouTube, because YouTube isn't part of like, you know, regular TV. So, but usually it's not a problem with ads here on YouTube as far as the ads being really loud. So maybe they still have to follow the same FCC criteria when it comes to volume. Like they can't spike the volume, which they put it into like several years ago because of so many complaints about it. But what I would say is it's the opposite problem that so many platforms, because they have different, since they're all like recording on different on different instruments, like have different uh, volume ranges, and so people have to keep adjusting their sound depending on what they're watching. That was the main problem. But like I said, they have some sort of normalization feature now. If you go into the features um, for YouTube, if you go go into the into the stuff for how you adjust the video and the audio and all that sort of stuff. And I think it should already be turned. It should be already on, and you can either turn it off or adjust it. But there's a normalization feature now that wasn't there previously. BSK says dunk DNK YouTube some slick ass audio on, says F1 engine sounds air show yada. Mm. Yeah, I don't know like all the features. I can't really say what they all mean other than tinkering with them and see what they do. But like I said, there is some sort of normalization feature now that they previously didn't have. And like I said, I'm guessing that they added that because there's been so many complaints about the randomness of the sound on YouTube. Like you go to one channel and it sounds like, then you go to another channel, it's like, hey! So it's like, yeah, they need to fix that. So good thing they did. Um, but yeah, like I said, aside from that, like I said, I'm trying to decide what content to do this week. So I can focus on current events, or I can do sort of like a umbrella discussion sort of thing, like I did with the paranormal. I just can't think of like a something that I could break into different bits every day, like I did with the paranormal stuff. What's that full what? I don't get all the some the emojis, but yeah, I'm some because I kind of would like to do another thing like I did with the paranormal, where I just take a big thing, pause, and and break it into different discussions every day. Abiotic petroleum melting ice. I haven't heard of that. Um, or maybe I can do a mixture of both. I can do like current events and do some sort of overarching topic, but I think it would get confusing if I mixed up the current events with like with like a specific subject that I break into different topics every day. Um, like I said, we did paranormal for 3 weeks, so I think I've exhausted that for at least several weeks to months. um, like I said, there's current events. Well, there's always current events. Like we'll never not have current events to discuss. But I like having this 3 weeks talking about the paranormal to get away from political discussions. Because I was after the election, I was just exhausted with that, and people just wanted to keep talking about that ad nauseum. So I needed a break from that. Um, but I mean, we could I could go back into talking about philosophy, but I already did a bunch of those subjects. Or psychology, again, did a lot of those subjects. Um, BSK says Rouge waves, some stuff, maybe segment length. Catherine says, hello back again. What's up? Rogue waves? What do you mean rogue waves? I don't know what that is. But yeah, okay, I was saying that I was wondering for this new week, should I do like another discussion where I just have like different days where I talk about different topics within a certain within a certain domain, like I did with the paranormal. But I couldn't think of what that could be. Like I could do philosophy again, but I've talked about that so much. I don't mind talking about it again, of course, but I've done that a lot. Done comic books, done psychology. Well, those are the things I'm passionate about: philosophy, psychology, comic books, superheroes, Star Wars, uh, sometimes current events, depending on what they are. Um, Sciencey type stuff. BSK says holy shit, relatively rare circumstances lead to horrific waves. I still don't get it. You saying rogue waves? What type of waves are you talking about? Are you talking about like what? I still don't get what you mean. Waves can be anything that falls around. Has wave and crescent. I don't know if you're talking about sound waves, sea waves, um, radio waves. Like I don't know what you mean when you say waves. That can mean anything. I don't. I've never heard of rogue waves. I don't know what that means. Oceanic waves. Oh, okay. Like I said, you were saying waves. That could be anything. Like there's a lot of things that fall under the spectrum of waves: radio waves, sound waves, um, um, oceanic waves, um, radiation waves, stuff. So yeah, I would have to I would have to look it up to be able to talk about it because I've never really talked about it. I mean, the only thing I know that's problematic going on in the ocean right now are like the changing of these huge oceanic currents that have been responsible for regulating regulating the climate. That's the only thing I'm familiar with, not really with waves, but like some of the oceanic currents are responsible for like a lot of direction of marine life and climate is regulate regulation. regulating the climate and the way that people navigated navigated between different nation, different countries, different continents or whatever through these huge oceanic currents, like the two currents that circulate between the Atlantic, one that takes you, from Europe to America, and the one that brings you from America back up to Europe or Africa. I already did something about aliens, so I mean we can talk about it again. But I already did a whole thing about aliens and UFOs. Um, I would be open to it if people would discuss it. Busto says, excuse me, Buster02 says, how do you feel about Elon's robots? I don't like the idea. What robots are you talking about? His like, um, are you talking about his machines to be like, um, self driving cars? Other than that, I'm not too familiar with his robots. Other than if you're talking about his self driving cars, and if he does, and when he does make self driving cars, I hope it has like the robotic taxi man like in Total Recall. That'll be $15. I don't have it. What? Below me. Ah! Can we get taxi cabs to blow up if you can't pay them? I'm joking, but actually no, I'm not. That'd be hilarious. They'd be like, "Damn, I guess Jamal couldn't pay his fee." Let me stop. All right, let me stop. PSK says robots are already common. Mobile, self-regulated robots will fight wars. We're far from having robots that are gonna fight wars. Like people, I think people need to take a chill pill and realize that we're not at that level of AI yet. We haven't developed strong AI, and there's a deep skepticism within people who do cognitive research that we will reach strong AI, because their whole belief in the AI singularity is mostly science fiction. Like until we solve the human AI problem, which is something the only people know about in like co- cognitive science and AI research, the people the people who talk about these are futurists. Most of these futurists really have no training in the stuff that they're talking about, because have this they have this they have this faith like belief in strong AI, which will inevitably lead to this AI singularity. And there's just no evidence that we'll reach any sort of AI singularity. Not to mention we're still far off from ever getting to a point of strong AI. Like there'll be robots used in some limited capacities for military and law enforcement. We already have, because we already have like the little robot cops, like the thing. I don't know if you saw in the news BSK when they had they had the guy. I think he was in a hotel or something, and they had the little robot cop thing come in and push up against them, and it made him fall, like not off the ledge, but like hit pushed up against him on a ledge, and he was just like, "Oh, I give up." I'm like, "Damn, like you're a wuss. Like you let that little whack ass little robot cop thing just come up when you in the little hotel room or part whatever it was, and just like bottle you up right there on the ledge. Like so they do have those. So what the sort of kind of machinery we already have in the military are drones. This is what we need to be worried about right now. We're far off from having like androids actually going about in like gr- gr- um as ground troops. We're very far off from having like android combat troops. Like that's not happening anytime soon. What we will have is more sophisticated drone strikes, more autonomic vehicles that sort of thing. That's the stuff we have to worry about. More smart, more smart bombs. These are sort of things. These are the these are the high tech things that's going on in the military now. Not to mention the more the little uh high tech vision visionware that they have now. You know, we give troops um the capacity to see in like in seeing infrared um and other in other spectrums in the electromagnetic spectrum outside of just the visual the instead of just visible light. They can see in stuff like infrared and UV and stuff like that. So, but we're very far from having actual fighting robots as troops. um, he said, yeah, not tomorrow, but wheeled or tracked rigs are fairly simple to run. Yeah, Busto too says, yeah, they use drones in Ukraine. It's scary. It's not just in Ukraine. Like, so President Obama had a whole fucking secret drone war that he used in places like the Yemen and Sudan, Somalia, Afghanistan, Syria. The, these things were sanctioned. Like it was it was quite disturbing that a man who had got the Nobel Peace Prize his first year in office as president just just by virtue of the fact that he was the first so-called black president, he got the Nobel Peace Prize, and then ended up being a huge war hawk. Like he was okaying black op missions that even the previous president George W. Bush would not would not approve. He approved he approved black operation missions that even George W. Bush would not approve. And he had his own little secret drone wars that went on in places of the Middle East like Yemen and Somalia, Afghanistan, and Syria. So yes, drones are very scary. I would be more worried about that than some sci-fi vision of the future where we have Terminators on the ground. Like that whole vision of us having these little Terminators fighting wars. That's science. At this point, that's still science fiction. This is a very far off thing if it ever happens. Like I said, if it ever happens, it's still a far off thing because we haven't gotten to that level of strong AI yet. Post 435 says hello. What's up, Post? BSK says in a DFW parking garage, cops cornered a shooter and blew his ass away. So I don't can those robot cops shoot? Because the ones I've seen didn't look like they can shoot. It looked like they can just body you up, like push you up against the wall, or and I think they have they usually come with like an arm with some sort of like uh, gripping mechanism. But I haven't seen any that can shoot. Like we're very far. Like the little robot cops we have right now are very far off from the one from RoboCop. You're like cease and desist. It's like I'm not moving. I said cease and desist. But I'm not moving. You refuse to move, I will shoot you. Like we're very far from that little thing. We'll just fire up on you. Like we're nowhere close to that. But they do the current like robotic cops we have now. They're very clunky looking and look like the best they can do is just bark commands at you via the voice mechanism through someone voicing their commands through the robot, and they can push you up against the wall and stuff like that. And I think they can grab you with the little mechanical arm, but that's about it. I haven't seen that they can shoot people yet. I could be wrong. Some of them may be able to shoot people, but I haven't seen the ones that can shoot people. I can just see the ones that can push you up against the wall and grab you. Biscuit says with explosive charge, not gun. Oh, okay. Explosive charge. They caught, but how would that work? Because it would potentially blow them up, and I'm pretty sure the city is not going to keep paying to replace their robot cops every time they lob a an explosive discharge. Plus, you can't. Plus, you can't just blow up a. Plus, you can't just blow up a. I'm sorry, that's getting funny. I might be getting tired because I'm getting goofy, but you can't just you can't just blow up a suspect. You can't do that. Like you can't just roll up with a suspect and be like, uh, you're under arrest, and the person refuses, so they be like, oh yeah, oh, and the cops are like, oh, behind the wall saying, he won't arrest, oh yeah, uh, MX-57 deploy deploy the dynamite. Oh shit. I'm sorry. Oh, oh shit. Imagine they just man, that'd be messed up. These robot cops could, could just blow people up. Oh man, that's hilarious. I'm sorry, I'm dying laughing. He said, BSK says drone swarming getting rough. Cass says like, share, subscribe, buy a contrarian a coffee, a super chat. I might have had no, I only had one cup of coffee. Well, two today. I only had 2 cups of coffee, but you might think I had a ton because I'm having fun. But no, it's just funny thinking that someone said to the robot cop he refused to he, he refused he refused to arrest it. There's like deployed explosives. You can't blow up a suspect. I mean, even in a hostage situation, you can't blow up a suspect because it might blow up the hostages too. he's, he's a BSK Xavier Johnson, 2016 Dallas. Cat says I've had none yet, but about to have one. That'd be some crazy shit, man. Because that would be bad. Like that would just be bad if those robot cops could deploy explosives. Man, that would be bad. Because it would be like the cop behind the wall be like, um, put your hands up. um, You're under arrest. Step back. Get on your knees. You're like, man, fuck you in this little tin can. He was like, oh yeah, MX, MSK-57 deploy the dynamite. He's like, the fuck? What you mean deploy the? Sorry, I'm okay. I quit. I'm under arrest. You got me. Nope, you refuse arrest. Deploy the dynamite. MXK-57. Oh shit. I'm sorry, but yeah, all right, let me stop. So because is glad you're happy. He says facts though. I don't know. I'll have to look it up, but like I said, I've never heard that these robot cops can just blow shit up unless they're used to like get into like it can be deployed to get into like uh, um um some entry that's being blocked or something like that. I can see that happening. He said elsewhere, ongoing Israel, China. So like I said, I might have to get into like all the current events that we missed over the past 2 weeks. Like I said, South Korea is under martial law. That's huge, right? Uh, Donald Trump is saying Hezbollah bet. No, no. Hezbollah is saying they want to call. I think are going to call it quits. Um, the what's the Palestinian terrorist group? Um, they said they want to. They're going to give up. Um, after Trump was elected, Trump is saying they better give back every single hostage or else when he gets when he gets into office. Um, we got all of his cabinet off, all his people he's nominating for off cabinets in his office. Two people from the University of Maryland so far, one an alumnus and one a current professor. He's saying he's going to commit mass deportations once he's in office. There are already mayors and governors saying they will not abide by him, and his newly appointed head uh of I believe INS of is saying if they don't they'll find themselves under arrest. Some others will say they're not going to be able to. They won't. You know they're not going to allow their National Guard to be deployed. So if that happens, then it might be the case. People might bring a National Guard from other states into another state to enforce the federal law. So we'll see. Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff going on in current events we could discuss. Catherine just says the drones can. Hamas, yes, that's right, Hamas. Yeah, so Trump. So it seemed like Hamas and Hezbollah were are scared of Trump and were talking that they were gonna back down. But Trump is like, you guys better release these hostages before I'm in office. But he said, well, else he said he said, I'm gonna help Israel do everything they can. So hey, that was my whole thing. Like sitting there, people kept saying free Palestine. I'm like, free the fucking hostages, then you can talk. Like you can't you don't have the you don't have the moral high ground when you're still holding hostages. It's like, please. Not to mention you attacked a fucking music concert. Like imagine people who hate, America just attacking Coachella, killing a bunch of people and then taking a bunch of them hostages. That would be the equivalent. We wouldn't have standed for it. So people complaining that Israel's being too mean. If someone please, if someone did this to America, we would have been worse than Israel. Let's be completely honest. They attacked like Coachella. Shit, if it was a Beyonce concert or Taylor Swift concert, and they killed a bunch of people and then took rest of them hostages, America would be like, you better release those Taylor Swift hostages. All of a sudden, drones going off everywhere to whatever people were holding them. We would have been worse than Israel. So all these people talking about Israel's committing genocide, no, they're not. It doesn't even meet the definition of genocide. Genocide is wiping out an entire uh, the attempt of eradicating an entire ethnic group. They are not doing that. First of all, they weren't even in the Gaza Strip prior to this happening. Like the Israelis were forced to leave back in what was it, 2007 or something. So, um, and when they left, it was a nice place. It didn't turn into a shithole until years after the, the Israelis left, which meant it was the Palestinians living there that made Gaza Strip into the shithole that it looks like now. Because when they left it to them back in 2007, it was a very habitable place. People can look that up for themselves. So. But yeah, it's gonna get ugly in January. I know that much. You got the mass deportations. You're gonna have the 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 you're gonna have the ending of whatever's going on between Israel, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the people backing them, which is um, the Iranian military. Then then you got another topic of possible discussion is the fact that Trump wants to put 100% tariffs on the BRICS nations if they abandon the U.S. dollar. He was like, if any of these BRICS nations abandon the U.S. dollar, 100% tariffs on them. I'm like, damn, okay. So there's a lot going on in current events, but still, let me drink some water. Sorry. But still, I would like to have like a super discussion that involves several days, like I did with the paranormal thing. I just can't think of what that is, unless it would be geo. Oh, actually, it could be geopolitical topics, right, Kat? What do you think? Should it be? Should I do like a like I did with the paranormal? Have like a geopolitic discussion where first I start off with one day for just all geopolitics, and then each day I go into a specific um, topic of interest. Like we can talk about Israel versus Hamas, the Israeli um, Hamas war. Then we can talk about the Ukraine-Russian war. We can talk about Taiwan, China, South Korean martial law, the depopulation of Japan, um, the fact that you know the Philippines elected the son of a dictator. um, yeah, that uh, she said sounds good. Love it. Okay, I guess we can do that then. So each day, maybe we can just because everyone keeps asking me like stuff like a guy earlier, asked me my thoughts on Syria. And I told him, I'm like, bro, I really don't know too much about Syria, but then Biden has recently launched an attack against them as retaliation against them. I think trying to take over and push Russia out and possibly assassinate Assad. That's that's all I know about that. But he kept asking me. I'm like, I don't know. So he tried to insult me. So I timed him out. It's like, how you gonna get mad that I don't know about a topic? I'm in America, dude. Like, I'm gonna be about American topics first, because I mean that's just natural. I mean, I hate to break it to him, but Syria is just not that important to most Americans. I'm sorry. Most people, unless let's be honest, I can, but most Americans could even point to Syria on a map, nor know what the capital of Syria is, which I believe is Damascus. Like most Americans wouldn't know that. Most people wouldn't know the difference between Syria, Iraq, Iran, Yemen, Afghanistan, or any of those other places in that same region of the world. So to get mad at me that I'm not up on the latest news there. We don't get that much news about that place. I have to, like, when I find out about things going on internationally, if it's not something that directly relates to Americans, I have to go to um, specific YouTube channels, or look it up online to find out what's going on, because a lot of it doesn't reach like American evening news. So, but yeah, that's what I'll do. Starting tomorrow, guys, I'm gonna do a geopolitics discussion, and we can take on different topics every day on different parts of the world and discuss what's going on. That sounds like a good idea. And even better is maybe we can get people on. I can possibly do some things where I can invite people onto my streams, assuming that my screen share still works. Again, I'm not sure if my screen share feature has been working, because the last two times I tried it didn't work. But that was only with people in the Philippines, so it could be that there's just a firewall up so that I can't, so that it won't work with folks over in the Philippines right now, but I need to try with people here in the U.S. or in other countries and see if it will work. But I think I'm about to end this, guys. It's like 11:15. Um, unless anyone else has anything they want to ask me. Like I said, today is Ask Me Anything Sunday, but um, didn't get too many questions except for like early on, midday here. Okay, well it's late. 11:15 is late for me here, so and I've only upped this late because of the possibility through coffee. So probably gonna end this in a few minutes unless I get some more questions from anyone. And my stream is about to end. My Middle Earth Rivendell music stream. They're cooking my lunch. Okay. I think I'm gonna go for a second run because I wanted to. I didn't shadow box like I wanted to earlier, so to make up for not shadow boxing, I might just do a second run before it hits 12. Um, Plus, it got warm here today. It was it was like freezing the last 5 days, and now it shot up to 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Catherine says down the track, could you talk about the body mind connection? Sure, but what do you mean body mind connection? Are you in like in what respect body mind like you talk because that can mean a couple of different things. Like that can mean like health, or that could mean or that could be physicalism, health. Okay, I mean I don't know a lot about it to be honest, but I mean I know a few things, and so we could discuss that. Do you mean you don't mean tonight, right? You mean like you mean in like a future live stream? But yeah, in a future live stream, so you exercise, you are a coach, you are into health. Yeah, one of the things I always talk about is the fact that for a lot of people, improving your physical health, improving your, excuse me, improving your physical fitness improves your mental fitness because, like you said, the body mind connection, which is basically generally the things that are good for your heart are generally good for your brain as well. Um, Regular exercise staves off dementia, reduces stress, um, re- improves cardiovascular health. Um, helps people regulate things like um, cholesterol and blood sugar. It improves memory and focus. Um, and it gives you a more positive self image. It reduces depression and anxiety. Um, and especially for men, because men are more physical, it tends to be more um, rewarding for guys to hit the gym as opposed to just doing talk therapy. I think talk therapy works more for women than it does for men. Like I don't think talk therapy is as beneficial for men as it is for women because guys when they have a problem they want to do something. They don't just want to talk about it. So unless you're talking about something like behavior modification therapy, something like that. But for the most part, things like psychodynamic therapy or humanistic Rogerian therapy, um, or things like that. I don't think is that beneficial for men. If you can get the best of both worlds, where you are doing both some sort of brief psychotherapy and you're taking care of your physical fitness as well. Those together probably work powerfully together more so than psycho medication. But um, I would definitely like when guys are down on the a little bit down and it, feeling blue. I'm like, hey, go work out. Like my friend yesterday was kind of, you know, sounding like he was like upset. I'm like, dude, it ain't that serious. It's like, I said, why don't you just go hit the gym? So that's my that's my recommendation for a lot of folks, particularly for men, but for women as well. Is like, hey, hit the gym because I noticed a lot of people who suffer from psychological disorders tend to not be very healthy. They usually are, to be quite blunt, many of the people I see suffering frequent psychological problems tend to be out of shape. Like, it's like, you know, hey, I understand you're going through this, but you'll probably feel a lot better about yourself. Go for a jog, go to the gym, go join a boxing class or MMA class. You feel better. I had a friend recently. She tends to be very morbid. Like she's like a female Eeyore. If people remember Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh, the little melancholic donkey. um, okay, Pooh, I'll just sit here and waste away. Like he's such a morbid little doll donkey, like stuffed doll donkey. And she used to sound like that a lot. I'm like, why don't you go work out? She was like, well, I really can't because my knees hurt all the time because I put on a lot of weight. I'm like, and I'm looking, and I'm thinking like this is a feedback cycle. Like you feel bad, so you don't do anything, so then you feel worse, and it just keeps. It's a negative feedback cycle. She don't get that. Now she's in the gym. She has a trainer, and she realizes like, oh, I feel much better now. I'm going to the gym. I was like, yeah, I know. I've been trying to tell you this for years. She's like, yeah, it's just my schedule. And I'm like, okay, but look, people like you find reasons to, just like you can find excuses not to work out. You can find excuses to work out. What's up, RJ? He said, how's it going? Doing all right. He said, what number do you cut your hair? I usually do. Actually, I'm overdue for a haircut. I usually do one against the grain, sometimes one with the grain, but I put it on a one. But if I want it cut low, I do one against the grain. Um, but if I want it so that I can like have like a little wave pattern, I'll do one with the grain. But as you can see, this is one against the grain. That's why it's no wave pattern. uh, Catherine says it sure is. I lost 16 kilograms last year. Feel so much better. Exactly. Like I said, Deion Sanders had a saying that the former NFL and Major League Baseball player. I think he said something about when you feel good, you look good, and you do good, so you get paid good. I think that's what he used to say. And it was it sounded oversimplified, but he was kind of right. He said, "Look, man," he was like, "Look," he's like, he said, "Look, when you feel good, you look good." No, no, no. I'm sorry. He said, "When you look good, you feel good. When you feel good, you do good, and you can get paid good." So I think that's how he used to say it. I'm paraphrasing, of course. RJ says you have a different hair type than me for sure. I'm light. My nickname in school was Leche. He said, anyway, I just got a real bad haircut. Now I have to look for a beanie. I mean, I don't know if you have a razor or not, but if you got, I don't know how low you took it, but the best way to do a bad haircut is just shave it all really close. Like shave it close to bald so it all grows back evenly. I did that once. So here's no, here's where I messed up.
here's where I messed up, Ryan. So I think it was like in 2003, and I started cutting my own hair, and so like I said, I at the time I wasn't doing one against the grain. I used to like it like around one or maybe even two with the grain, so you could see my wave pattern. I don't do the waves now anymore. I don't feel like putting on a wave cap and all that, putting wave grease, all that stuff. But back then I was like that. I was in my little usher, I was in my usher phase back then, 21 years ago, and so I was cutting my hair, and then I forgot to put my guard. I forgot to put the guard on, and so I went to cut it at the top of my head and cut a bald spot in the middle right here. And I was like, oh shit, because we were on the way to it was Friday night. We were on our way to the club, and I'm like, shit. So I was like, I evened it out as much as I could all the way around, but it was still this like big bald spot right here, right? And I was like, shit, I'm gonna just wear a hat. So we went to the club, and you know how the bouncers be on some bullshit at the entry. He was like, nah, man, you got. He said, if you want to come in, you got to take the cap off. I was like, I was like, come on, man. I said, ain't they letting people in with caps? He's like, nah, you can't come in. He said, you gotta take it off if you want to come in. I was like, shit. So I took it off, and he looked. He was like, damn. I was like, oh shit. So the whole night, I couldn't really have fun because I was so self conscious that some girl was gonna see the top of my head and see the bald spot. So luckily, I mean, most of the, I'm taller than most of the women. I'm not tall, but you know, I was taller than most of the women I there. So I don't think too many of them saw it. But and plus it's dark, so it made it easier to hide. But um, it was so embarrassing to have that big bald spot on my head. And at the time, I should have followed my own advice. I should have just cut I should just cut all of it bald, but I still wanted people to see the haircut, right? But looking back at it now, I should have just cut the whole thing bald so it could just grow back evenly. But that's what I'm telling you. You should do. You should just cut the whole thing, cut it close, so it grows back evenly. Don't do what I did. Like I said, I went to the club in DC at the height of nightclubs. Right, it's like 2003. No, 2002. I think about 2002. So it's about 22 years ago, and had this big bald spot up here because I cut it because I went to cut my hair and I forgot to put the guard on it when I cut it, and it was like I'm like, oh shit, what the? I looked up, I was like, oh man, and tried to cover it up with a hat, and they wouldn't let me come into the club with the hat. So man, I I know probably a few girls saw it and probably thought I was bold, and they like I was actually bold, and not that I just made a mistake cutting my hair. Um, it was crazy though. Ken was his how far back on comments is he? I'm caught up. Ken was said, "What's up, dude? What's going on?" Shane says the topic, like Catherine says, is ask me anything, but I'm actually about to end this in a few minutes, guys. RJ says my friend cut it and I went to pay and was like, nah, man. He said, you messed my hair up. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean, I don't know what he did to it, but yeah, if it's to a point where it's like embarrassing to look at, um, I would tell him no, just cut it all off, and I would pay him, but I'd be like, you gotta cut all this off because no, you effed it up. Like, cause the worst things they can do is either cut a bald spot to your head or fuck up the hairline, push the shit all the way back, like your natural hairline's right here and the shit's all the way back right here, right? That not, luckily never happened to me. The worst thing that happened to me in the barbershop is they gave me. I went to a place a long time ago. This is like in the like late '90s. The barber gave me ringworms. That's the worst thing because that meant he didn't clean his. That meant he didn't clean his clippers. And like when I came back the people, the owner made him apologize to me for that. It says a 4 on the sides and 3 inches long on top. Pause, but yeah. um, yeah, I would just say, man, cut it like you should have went back to him and have it just cut it close so it'll all grow back evenly. That's what I would do. But I like my hair cut close. I do one with the grain or one against the grain because it's very easy and manageable to cut just a what they call a regular or a Caesar cut, just all one and done on a very short level. That way I don't have to worry about brushing it or anything. And it's funny, usually every time I get a haircut and I do a live stream, either that day or the next day, people think I'm bald. I'm like, dude, I'm not bald. I was like, I just cut it close. Usually a bunch of young people that say that. I'm like, dude, it's cut close. Because, most of them have like braids or something, so they don't fathom having short hair. But yeah, I would say go back to him or go back to someone else you trust and just have them cut it evenly at a shorter length so it can all grow back evenly. That's what I would do. Like, I cut my own hair. I haven't been to a barber since the pandemic. Not because of the pandemic, but just because it's cheaper to cut my own hair. Like, really, the only time I would get my hair cut at the barber is like if I'm going somewhere or I'm about to travel, which used to be more frequent a few years ago. But once I'm back into traveling and doing events, then I'll probably get my hair cut because it's a Dominican spot I like going to. For people who don't know, shout out to the Dominicans. They do like the best haircuts and hair salons. You'll see them all over here, like Baltimore, DC, Philly. Um, what events? Like, I mean, nothing special. I don't really do events here in America, to be honest. I'm talking about like, when I say events, I'm like going to Comic Con, something like that. I don't do events here in America. Like, I don't do things where I'm interacting with a bunch of women and stuff like that. I've abandoned American women a long time ago, which is why I find it funny when I see them flirting with me on these live streams. I'm like, I'm not interested in you. Ooh, this is so cool. So it literally brings the Shire music from the soundtrack, but it's a visual thing. It's like showing you actual like little the visual landscape of the Shire. Oh, this is so cool. But yeah, when I say events, I'm usually talking about like a Comic Con or an anime convention, something like that. I don't really go out unless I'm overseas. When I'm overseas, I'm like going to all sorts of things. Or just as my phone died, but I'm back because it's winter. I'll probably just do beanies. Okay, that's cool. I mean, I would just cut my hair to regulate to so in case I gotta take my hat off for any reason, like it doesn't look jacked up. Catherine says cool. But yeah, those really the only events I've done here in the U.S. for the past. I'm gonna say for the past 11 or so years. I don't socialize with with like I have gone to bars, but I don't go to like I don't drink. So when I go to bars, I'm just there hanging out with my friend to eat some good bar food. Because bars have some really great food, like doing like happy hour. Like going to bars on happy hour. I love getting the food, but I don't care about people there, like the women. I'm not drinking, and it's because because if you see online, it is actually a bunch of American women, particularly Black American women, complaining that men aren't approaching them anymore. It's like, well, you guys played yourselves during that whole Me Too era. You told men online it's weird to approach women, that you don't want men approaching you unless they're 6 foot, got six figures, and got a six pack. So these guys was like, all right, cool, we're not bothering you. They said don't even talk to them in real life because that's weird to them. Um, or they said don't even, or they said if you do approach them, don't approach them unless you're paying their bills. I'm like, what? Wait, what? So you gotta pay their bill? Like, say you're a prostitute without saying you're a prostitute. Talking about pay your bills. Don't say hi unless you're paying their bills. Bitch, please. So, but yeah, I don't drink, I don't smoke. I haven't drank since college, and I've never smoked. So, but yeah, so I don't go to cigar bars either. That I see people go to. Like I said, when I go to regular bars, I just go to happy hour for the food. Like there's a Jamaican place I sometimes go to with my friend during happy hour, get like jerk chicken wings or something like that. Watch some of these other videos showing how some of these women act. You'll see why I consciously avoid them as much as possible. Like I just, hello, hi. Don't even look at them in the gym. Like my homeboy be like, hey, look at her. I'm like, I'm not interested in her. He's like, man, it's just titties. I'm like, I'm not interested. I don't like them. I was like, that's because he dates black women. I don't. I'm not interested in looking at their titties or anything else. I don't find them sexually attractive anymore. So I know, hot take, very hot take. People be like, oh, what the? Yeah, I've actually said this in my videos several times. People just missed it. But yeah, I'm not attracted to them in that way, other than as like friends and family. Like that's it. Um, but yeah, there's no need to grab my hand for any reason. And I'm definitely not interested in the ones thirst trapping at the gym. I'm looking at the snow bunnies and the rice bunnies. So Becky and Mailing, I'm looking at you. Rosemary and Priya, I'm looking at them too. But Shaniqua, I'm not looking at her way. Shaniqua and Keisha, goodbye. I know people are gonna be mad at me for saying that, but so what? So okay, that's another irrational beliefs, Catherine. So you got two irrational beliefs out of me today. Okay, you got two irrational beliefs out of me. You always like you don't have any irrational beliefs. Okay, so I do have a few irrational beliefs. My first one, like I told you earlier, was that I think that all of Jake Paul's fights are fake, and that he makes everyone he fights sign non-disclosure agreements so that they won't knock him out. And my second irrational belief is that I don't like the black women. Don't find them attractive, and I don't like their behavior. So I guess that's irrational, at least according to a lot of black men. That would be considered irrational. Like some of them may choose other women, but they still find them attractive. I don't. So of course, it doesn't help that I'm in Baltimore, and Baltimore has some of the ugliest bitches in the country. I'm not even joking. Like Baltimore, Philly, and Detroit got some of the ugliest women. Some people mentioned some other cities too before. Like people mentioned places like East St. Louis and a bunch of other places. I'm not as familiar with them since they're smaller cities, but I know for a fact that Philly, Baltimore, and Detroit have some of the ugliest women, particularly black women. So I wouldn't deal with it. Like the only ones I find remotely attractive are the mixed ones. Kath says my mother used to always say that she likes her tea like she likes her men strong and black. Ooh, dang. So why? So you got a little black in your ancestry. Wow. But it is. I imagine there's not a lot of black men in Australia, right? Like, um, and I'm not talking about the Aborigines. Oh, she's passed over now. Okay. Well, belated condolences, of course. He said no, she was a character. Phil Clark says let's talk about Scientology, dude. I'm about to end the stream, so if you got a question, make a question. But I don't have any protracted discussion I'm about to make about Scientology. If you have a question about Scientology or you want to make a comment, go ahead. But I'm going to end this soon, so I'm not about to have a whole discussion 3 hours into my live stream. Um, but yeah, I can't imagine there's too many black men there. I've seen a few because I saw I don't know if you know those YouTube shows called Find Pop the Balloon or Find Love. And they did a Find a Balloon or Pop Love in Australia, and I was like, oh, so Arabic descent than we consider black. Like the guy Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fit, he has a very anti-black rhetoric on his podcast, which is funny. His co-host is from the what Caribbean country? I think he's from not the Bahamas. He's from the I think Barbados. He's darker than I am. He looks like Chim Chim from Speed Racer, but yet he talks about black people. I'm like, this dude is darker than I am. He has the nerve to be talking about black people. Like, get the fuck out of here. And Myron Gaines is from the Sudan, and he's always talking about black people. But both of them built a platform through their podcast by talking to black men that they denigrate. Um, on top of that was a black man who got them to the point where they were, which was Kevin Samuels when he came on their show 2 years ago. Uh, but it's but for him, but he always tries to get away with saying that he can be anti-black because he's black himself, and people like Tariq Nasheed has called him out. He's like, dude, you're not black. He said you're from the Sudan, and he said, first of all, why are you talking shit about black people saying all the stuff we can't do when you come from a failed country? He said your country is a fucking failed state, and you couldn't have any success there because you will live in squalor there. And you got the nerve to come here and talk shit about black people who built this country up to where you could even come here to immigrate in the first place, which is true because for people who don't know history, it's because of the Civil Rights Act in '64 that they established the Immigration and Naturalization Act of 1965, as well as the Voting Act of 1965. Like all of these came off the back of the civil rights movement. So a lot of these immigrants who are here in the country today would not be here if it wasn't for the civil rights movement. Before the civil rights movement, the only immigrants that were really allowed here were from Northern Europe. Like they looked down on Asians, Africans, people from Southern Europe. The Latinos got here because they could just cross the border, some of them, but the ones from like deeper parts of Latin America again had to fly here as well. And again, like, that's only because of the the um the INS Act of 1965 that came about through the civil rights movement because a lot of those civil rights leaders also supported um, the bill to pass the Immigration and Naturalization Act. Some people don't know that. So for people like Myron Gaines to sit there and talk shit about black people when he wouldn't even be able to come to this country if it wasn't for the interior of Australia is very inhospitable. Like it's a very like people don't know the interior of Australia is very well, she says a desert. Yeah, it's a desert, and it's dangerous as fuck. Like it's not it's a desert one, but it's also I remember either looking at something on National Geo about Australia or whatever, and a lot of the interior is very inhospitable. It's not that it's just desert, but it's also very dangerous. Very dangerous. Uh, Catherine says, "LOL, RJ, not empty. We have a lot of uninhabitable land and enough." and not enough water to sustain a big population. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. RJ says, yeah, for the Scientology books and stuff. RJ says, once we get more sustainable energy sources, we will be able to convert seawater to fresh water, and we will be able to inhabit everywhere. Where we already have technology for desalination of water. It's just not, it's just expensive. But no, we already have technology for desalination. Shit, we had that in the army for like, what, 40 years now? Like, if not longer. Matter of fact, there's an old comedy with what's that old MTV VJ? Uh, God, he used to have like the curly hair. Um, damn, what was his name? He was in that movie with Brandon Fraser. Um, I can't remember his name, but he did a movie about joining the army, and he his specialty was the people who did the water desalination. But yeah, that technology has been around for a long time. It's just it would just be very expensive once they make that tech more affordable. Yeah, then probably. But yeah, desalination plants have been around for a long time. Like yeah, Kat says she says we have desalination plants here. It's already it's expensive. Catherine says people die out there in the interior. RJ says the 5 hour energy founder tried to do that, but the energy costs were too high. Catherine says we have the most deadliest animals and insects. There, lots can kill you. Oh no, I've seen. Like I said, I saw this on a. It was like a National Geo. It was either a National Geographic program or it was on like Nova PBS or something like that. But yeah, I know how deadly. Like I said, I wouldn't want to live out there. There's just too many deadly ass animals out there. Got spiders like the size of a freaking tree trunk. RJ says electrolysis is a great option for desalination. It makes only hydrogen and rust with the necessary sacrificial anodes for it. I'm still waiting for what's his name's comment about the whole Scientology thing. Phil, he opened up the whole topic and didn't mention anything. Like I hate when people do that. Talk about let's talk X, Y, or Z, and then you don't say anything about it. This is why I don't take topic suggestions anymore. Because every time I take a topic suggestion, I'll do that very topic the next day, and then that person never shows up. And then they'll show up like 2, 3 weeks later, and I'm like, hey, what happened to you? Oh, I was busy. Okay, cool. Don't offer me topic suggestions anymore then, because you're not going to show up. So that's the only person who gave me topic suggestions and was there for all of them was Miss Needle. Shout out to Miss Needle wherever she is. I know. Well, actually, she's at in bed. She says she fixed her sleep cycle, so she sleeps at regular times now, and she's on German time. Kat says hydrogen water is meant to be really beneficial for oxygenating the blood and reducing the oxidative stress in the body. Hydrogen water? What are you talking? All water is hydrogen. What? Well, this gets into some of your quirky beliefs again, but all water is H2O. Like that's. We were actually having a discussion with my friends, and he was talking about this one guy who was bugging out, talking about different types of water, and we were like, "Yo, it's all H2O." And the guy was like, "No, no, some water is blah blah blah." I'm like, "All right, this guy." I was like, I wouldn't even engage in a discussion with someone saying there's another waters. Like, I was like, for instance, I like, H3O is hydroxide. That's not water. So, um, she's like, oh yeah, but a high hydrogen content. It literally has the same hydrogen content. I think this, the chemical, you know, the, the chemical background for water is 2H2O. So, but yeah, I remember when there was people making fun of people who reacted to any sort of chemical name, and they were using like a fictitious. They made up a name for water, and then tell people it was water, and telling people we need to get rid of this chemical in our in our food. And he was calling it di dihydride. What do you call it? Dihydrogen monoxide or something like that. Um, it was pretty funny to people. So people realized he was just talking about water, and they didn't realize it. And just to show how gullible people are, that they'll literally believe anything that comes out of like new age type thoughts. Like people who are just love anything new age will believe anything like that sort of stuff. RJ says my uncle's a PT, and he has my grandma drinking it. It's hydrogen infused water meant to eliminate free radicals in her body. Um, okay. I don't know if that will work, but her drinking more water definitely won't hurt at all. Her drinking more water is a good thing. I try to tell my grandmother she needs to drink more water. And she's like, yeah, but I can't drink that much. I'm like, Grandma, you need to drink water throughout the day, not just you, you know. And I was like, she's like, well, I'm not thirsty. I was like, I was trying to explain to her like you should drink water even when you're not thirsty, because you can't always tell until it's too late that you're dehydrated. But you need to hydrate throughout the day. This is why I have stuff like this. Um, like, and even if you aren't drinking water, you should be drinking some sort of liquid throughout the day to hydrate yourself. Even coffee and tea, they're known as diuretics, but they will still hydrate you as long as you're not just only drinking coffee and tea, but you're also drinking water or maybe some sort of natural fruit juice. Even occasionally soda is okay, just not too much. But as long as you're drinking, physical exercise. Like if you, the best look, people keep looking into all these sorts of uh, metal quackery. There's no super water and all sorts of stuff. At the end of the day, the sorry, not the breast. I'm thinking of cat. Now I'm joking. The best preventative medicine is daily exercise. I mean, any physician worth their degree will tell you that the best preventative medicine is just daily exercise and proper nutrition. But most supplements are unnecessary and are just mostly placebos. RJ says Freudian slip. If you saw her, you would know why the Freudian slip was. I'm kidding though, but uh, RJ says if it was another oxygen molecule, you'd make hydrogen peroxide, which is poisonous. Exactly, that's what I was saying. Like people don't realize, like you chemically you will change you change one thing, and you can change something from a benign substance to a poisonous substance, like fluoride and fluorine. Like people think fluoride is dangerous because they confuse it with fluorine, which is a gas, whereas fluoride is something that's added to water and is the main ingredient in toothpaste because it strengthens your teeth. And you notice people who grew up drinking water that was not infused with fluoride have very bad teeth. I've seen it myself when I was in the army. A lot of these people who grew up in parts of the South and in the West who, you know, their water came from from like well water or from a spring or something like that. They didn't have it wasn't infused with fluoride, which protects the enamel in your teeth, and then also chlorine, which kills a lot of the pathogens that gets into water. So those are usually the two main things that is added to public public water in a lot of urban environments, which is why those people tend to have healthier teeth and healthier overall. They have fluoride, which protects the enamel of their teeth. They have chlorine, which kills a lot of the germs that get into water. But a lot of people raised up on this well water have really grody looking teeth. I'm not joking. Like when I was in the army, I saw some of these people coming from like really like you know poor parts of the country, and their teeth like look like Skittles, like around the gum line. You can see all the gum disease and gingivitis. So you know, Kevin says I drink about 2 to 3 to 2.5 liters a day. That's good. That's really good. RJ says, I read an article. Honestly, I'm skeptical as it was described as a cure all, and that brings me back to the snake oil sales pitch I don't like. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Anything that's marketed as a cure all should already be that should be a red flag right there, because anything that's effective will only be effective within a certain range of things. There's nothing that's a cure all. You know, we know a lot of little fake supplements that are seen as cure alls. Um, Golden Seal back in the day, ginseng, right? All sorts of supplements. People used to think vitamin C was like some sort of cure all because of Linus Pauling, the Nobel winning chemist. Um, no, sorry, mathematician. He wasn't even a fucking chemist. Like he was a mathematician, Linus Pauling. Um, what other things were cure alls? Like so many things, and anything that's touted as a cure all is a huge red flag because anything that has any sort of medicinal effectiveness will only be effective within a strict range of medical issues. Uh, Catherine says alcohol dehydrates you. Oh, absolutely. I didn't recommend alcohol as a way of hydrating. I was saying water first, and if not water, fruit juice, tea, coffee, sometimes soda, but no, definitely not alcohol. Alcohol dehydrates you. Uh, so will things like salt water and energy drinks. They're not good for hydration. Catherine says water with Celtic sea water or Baja Gold sea salt is fantastic. Replaces your mineral content and better than taking Gatorade and sports drink. Nah, not really. It's just salt. Salt is salt. Like you're just being sold on the type of salt that it is. Salt is the same. Anything that's NaCl, sodium chloride, is the same salt. It doesn't matter whether it comes from the Dead Sea, because there's people who say, "Oh, the Dead Sea salt is so." It's salt. You have different types of salt. A salt is literally anything that is a pairing of an acid and a base. Any pairing of an acid and a base is a salt. And there's different types of salts. Most salts are actually deadly to humans. There's only a few salts that are beneficial for us. One being sodium chloride, NaCl, which is table salt, NaCl, sodium chloride. So it doesn't matter whether the sodium chloride comes from the Dead Sea, it comes from the testes of Genghis Khan. Like it's all the same salt. Um, then you have salts, and you have a lot of salts in toothpaste. salt, sometimes zinc, and other things, but it's great for you. Well, usually, um, well, all electrolytes are salts. So I want people to know that, like, electrolyte is just a fancy way of talking about salt. Like, you go join the army, like before they had Gatorade, they used to just give you salt packets in your don't need that much magnesium in your body, nor zinc. So that's not going to be the things you need to first replenish when you think about replenishing your electrolytes. You need mostly so. I had thought with luminaires as opposed to veneers, like with luminaires you didn't have to shave them down, but I think even with luminaires you do still have to shave down the enamel. I don't want to do anything where I'm permanently damaging my teeth just to get a prettier smile, because eventually you have to replace those things. Although I heard luminaires last longer than regular veneers. Like I think luminaires can last up to like more over 10 years or so. But I'd rather just get the dental bonding. The dental bonding looks just as pretty as the veneers, but you don't have to shave your teeth down to get the bonding. The bonding just fits in between the teeth, and you can use that in place of orthodontics too. It fits, like if it fixes it so you don't have crooked teeth when you smile. So I would do that. I would, once I have the money, I would do the bonding. Like the bonding doesn't last as long. It can last between 5 and 10 years, but in that time, It'll last. The better take care of your teeth, the longer the dental bonding will last. But I'd rather do that. A Charlie horse is just severe leg cramps. Cat. They call it Charlie horse. Uh, Cat says the effectiveness depends on the format that it comes in, but there's no cure-all. That's just snake oil salesman tactics. Yeah, there's no cure-alls out there. Cat says it has a high mineral content, 90 plus beneficial minerals in it. So it's not like they're just adding a. It's not so. It's not just the salt. It's a whole multi mineral. It's a multi mineral supplement. Then again, my skepticism of that is that most micronutrients like minerals and vitamins aren't very bioavailable themselves without it being part of a meal. So RJ says he's educating us about salt. Help! He said he said how I've been assaulted. Clever, but yeah, but guys, yeah, literally like chemically speaking, like this is organic chemistry 101. Like you know, well, actually no, this is not organic chemistry. This is inorganic chemistry. Sorry. Any pairing of an acid and a base gives you a salt compound. Um, and like I said, there's hundreds of different salt compounds out there, but most of them are actually poisonous to humans. There's very few that are edible, like sodium chloride, which is table salt. Then many of the other salts we have out there are usually used as food preservatives, and some of them are used in our toothpaste as well. Um, Catherine says you need to research that, my friend. It has made a massive difference to me since I've started implementing it. Eh. RJ says, have you seen the county meetings for Flint, Michigan? Those are crazy. Uh-uh. I mean, I remember them talking about all the toxicity of the water and stuff, but I haven't heard them talk about that in years. The media moves on from one thing to another. Like they'll generate outrage for one thing, and then they'll move on to something else to shock and cause outrage, which is why I take things that come out of mainstream media very skeptically, because a lot of it's meant to just be titillating and not so much informative. Catherine says magnesium, potassium. Yeah, or this is potassium was the other one I missed. But yeah, RJ says Charlie horse when you get a cramp in your calf muscle. I hate that. Yeah, they hurt like a some of a bitch, especially because you'll get them like in the middle of the night. You just wake up and your calf just locks up. Is very painful. So it's like usually I will try to have something close by that I can drink. Like water can assuage it a little bit, but usually you need something with some salt in it, like immediately. So if you don't have a Gatorade, you know, pickle juice, mustard, or just take some table salt and even if you guys just take some table salt and shake it on your tongue and take a cup of water and drink it down, like whatever you need to do to get that calf from unlocking. Then I'll stretch my leg so it'll force the calf to unlock to stop contracting, but it's painful. RJ says you can tell they've had lead exposure. Their speech patterns are slowed and they yell a lot, quick to anger, and lowered intelligence are side effects of lead. Yeah, I've often joked about people in Baltimore that are kind of stupid. I say they must have been a lead chip eating kid, because there were people, and I'm not joking. There are people who would take lead paint chips back in the day and put it in like I think like milk or something and turn it into like a drink. They didn't know it had lead in it, of course, but they just saw the paint chip coloring and would stick it in water and or milk or whatever and stir it and drink it. And I'm like, that's disgusting. But there are really poor people who've done stuff like that. Kevin says, "Yep." Then it feels like you pulled a muscle. I put salt in my water. Yeah, like I said, that was the old-fashioned thing back in the day. The old Army MREs, before they had before they had Gatorade, that they would give us. Well, the Army, I think they're at least when I was in there, their the sponsor was Powerade, not Gatorade. So same thing. So that was like the only sweet thing they would let us have is Powerade. Like after I think that, but that was only like after like the second or third week of basic training. They we could buy Powerades when we weren't training, when we were back in the Bay Area. But before we had Victory Punch, which was just juice they added a little salt to, and before we could have Powerades, back in the day, the the MREs just came with these packets of salt, and people would just add those into their canteens of water, so they could um, add some electrolytes to their water, because electrolytes is what plants crave, like Brondo says. If you don't get that, you gotta watch the movie Idiocracy. Catherine says, please like, share, subscribe, buy Contrarian a coffee, or drop a super chat. Thank you. So I'm about to go, guys. I said I was gonna go at 3, and now it's like a quarter past 3. So I'm gonna go. It's already past 12. I was gonna run, and now it's like past midnight. So I don't see a point in doing that now. At least I got in like my run, did some calisthenics and stretching, but I forgot, didn't do my shadow boxing, didn't do my second run. Some days I'm not really concerned about a second run, but I was going to do that in place of shadow boxing. Just save that for today. Or this is God electrolytes what plants crave. He said, "Well, how do you know what plants want?" He said, are you one of them plantologists?" Kayla says, "Hey, do you remember me?" I sure do. It's been a long time. What's up, Kayla? Very long time. Said the Brondo fountain too. Actually, I to be honest, RJ, I wasn't mad at the Brondo fountain. To be honest, I would that would that would be. You imagine how great that would be at like a gym to have like a like a Gatorade fountain. That would be dope. Like having that, like if gyms had like Gatorade fountains, that would be a awesome idea to have. I mean, that shouldn't be like in public. that, that should replace like water in like public buildings. But like at a gym, that would be awesome to have like a Brondo fountain. Like, you go to the gym and they have, of course you can still buy like bottled water or bring your own water bottle. Like I bring this with me to the gym, and then you have the water filling stations. But imagine like you had the water filling station, and then right next to it you had like a Gatorade fountain. That would be dope. That was like I was like that was actually not a bad idea when I was looking at that on Idiocracy. That or the the food stations where instead of you going to a fast food restaurant ordering your food, they just had the little things right up there. You could order your food directly. Of course, it shouldn't be able to take your children. You are an unfit mother. We are taking your child and putting them under the custody of the state. Wait, you can't take my kid, man. I just want a burger. I'm sorry, man. He said. Then they gassed the woman. Like I was like, God damn, that's messed up. It made me think that somewhere in Idiocracy there was actually still smart people around who maintain the machines. Maybe I was overthinking it, but I was like, they should have done like a sequel where you find out that there's actually a bunch of super intelligent people still left in the world, and they've completely secluded themselves from the rest of the world, and that they are secretly the ones who keep these machines in operation to keep humanity alive. That would have been an awesome sequel. Shit, I should pitch that to Hollywood. um, and if I ever see a sequel and someone pitches and someone has that idea, I know they stole my idea. Kayla said that is true. Plants do crave that. She said I have studied some plants before. Oh, I was joking about that, but that was, if you actually, you know, if you actually do study plants, that's cool. I don't know much about you, Kayla, though. Um, RJ says it's really easy to do it, but it requires more parts, and more parts needs more cleaning. That's why I don't like drinking in some places because I don't when they clean it. I mean, even with regular water, you still have to clean it because the hard water residue, like because public water has minerals at it. So that's another thing I think um, Cat doesn't know is they add minerals to our water. So depending on where you live, like I said, there's for one there's chlorine in it, which kills pathogens in our public drinking water, and they add fluoride to protect the enamel of our teeth. But many of our public drinking water also has like minute amounts of minerals added to them, and that causes what's called hard water residue. So even in like water fountains, eventually you still have to clean them. So it would be no, I guess the only difference it would be had to be more frequently cleaned if it was like say Gatorade or something. But or like look at the what's that all you can eat buffet? Old Country Buffet, or no, not Old Country Buffet. The other, I forgot what it's called. But remember when they had they had the the chocolate fountain, and people could take like fruit and stuff like that and dip it in the chocolate fountain. And I mean, I don't really like chocolate anyway, so I didn't do it. But when I discovered it was just recycling the same chocolate, I'm like, ew, no. People keep sticking. I was like, people will stick their fingers and food in there, and it's just crumbs and nah. I was like, no thanks. Uh, I just imagine getting mold spores from the gym Gatorade dispenser. I mean, you make a good point. That is a good point. But like I said, it's no different to me than like they would just have to clean it. But like I said, it's no different than like at the all you can eat buffet where they used to have the chocolate fountain. And I was like, that has to be clean because that would be just disgusting. People just sticking their food in there, sometimes their fingers, and it just recycles the same chocolate um, over and over. Cass says I'm aware of that. That's why I use a 7 filter water filter to remove the nasties from it. Kayla says, hey, which DC show do you like? I asked this because I keep seeing videos about DC shows on YouTube. Currently, none. I'm I haven't watched anything. Like I don't watch the CW anymore. I stopped watching CW like 6 years ago. I think all their shows sucked. It seemed like they turned everything into like a soap opera. The Arrow became bad. The Flash became bad. Black Lightning was corny and bad. Lois and Clark was not that good. Supergirl was just horrible. It was just like this little feminist show. And I'm not even joking. Like the whole second season, when it went from um, CBS to the CW, like the whole second season was literally just about uh, her friend or sister, whatever's like whole feminism journey. All CW DC shows are bad. When they had the DC universe online, which was their own streaming service, the main thing they hit on there was the Titans, which was based on the Teen Titans. That show was horrible and low budget. Then they brought it on to HBO Max, and it got a bigger budget, but the show was still bad. Um, they turned Batman into an old man, but not like in Batman Beyond. He was just an old man. Um, and then they had some other live action. I haven't liked any of the live action DC shows, to be honest. As far as the movies, I really haven't enjoyed much of the Snyderverse DCEU, other than a few movies. Like I like Batman versus Superman was okay, but that was mainly just because Batman was so awesome in it. The rest of the movie sucked. Um, the rest of the DCEU was really bad. Um, the first Shazam was okay. The second one was horrible. Black Knight was very mediocre. Like literally, the only reason to watch it is just because of The Rock. Other than that, wasn't a good movie. Um, the first Joker was good, but then the sequel to the Joker. So I'm gonna give away the huge spoiler alerts to anyone who hasn't watched Joker Folly I Do. But trust me, once I give you the spoiler, you'll be glad that I gave you the spoiler. So spoiler alert for Joker Folly I Do. You find out in the second movie he's not even a Joker. He's just Arthur Freck or whatever his name is. You find out he's not even really the Joker. The actual Joker kills him at the end of the movie. So he's not really the Joker. She's not really the Harley Quinn. The whole movie is spent with him basically being on trial for murdering the guys from the first movie, and he's in Arkham Asylum while being on trial. It's horrible, and it just kind of does away with all everything they built up in the first movie. When you find he's just Arthur Fleck, he's not even the real Joker, and the real Joker comes by and they don't show him, but he like shoots Arthur, and he kills him at the end of the movie. Um, so that was shit. The Batman, that movie was good, except for the Batman. Everyone in the movie, the Batman was good except for Robert Pattinson. He sucked as Batman. He should have been better. He would have been better off playing Nightwing or Robin than playing Batman. He sucked. Everyone else in the movie killed it. So it's a good movie only because everyone else in the movie is good. Like John Turturro's Carmine Falcone. What's his name as the Penguin? What's his name as Commissioner Gordon? And what's her name as Catwoman? All of them, they killed it. They were good, but Robert Pattinson sucked. So I would give that like a C. That's so not really. So to be honest, not very many DC shows or movies I can recommend. If we're not talking about the Dark Knight trilogy, you know, the Christopher Nolan movies starring Christian Bale, or the Batman by Matthew Keaton back in 1989. Oh, here's a good one. Oh, there's one I will recommend: The Flash. Everyone trashed the movie The Flash, but it's actually not bad. I'll give it a C plus because I liked how they brought back Michael Keaton as the Batman in that movie. And people would complain about the graphics and stuff, and they didn't realize the way it looked at the end of the movie was intentional. It was supposed to look surreal when he goes into the Speed Force because the Speed Force is his own dimension. If people know the comics, and it was supposed to look surreal like that. Um, you know, so yeah. So if I recommend any DC movie, it'll be The Flash, the movie The Flash, not the TV show. If you're gonna watch the TV show, just watch the first two seasons and then leave it alone. And if you want, or you can watch the Arrow, the first three seasons, and then leave it alone. Don't watch all 8 seasons. Mm. Just to do says hi. I was on here the other night. Cool. RJ says I'm in California. We have chlorine in the closet, closest reservoir to me, but they shade it from the sunlight so it doesn't turn to bromine. Veritasium did a video on a reservoir. Just to do says Batgirl was the worst one. Well, oh, you talking about the TV show? Yeah, I forgot. It was so horrible. Just to do. I forgot about it. I do not recommend watching Batgirl. First of all, they changed the characters. The first character is this. So she is a lesbian in the comic books, but they make the whole show about that instead of it just being a part of who she is. They make the whole show about that, and then that's not good enough. That's not enough diversity. So it's not just good enough. She has to be lesbian. Now she has to be a black queer lesbian, and when they replaced her, so that show is some shit. All the CW shows are shit. All the CW DC shows are shit. I would just recommend not watching any of them. But like I say, if I recommended anything, I would say the Flash movie and the Batman. Although I don't like Robert Pattinson as the Batman, but the rest of the movie is good. And the first Joker movie, not the second one. But like I said, now did you? But now when you know that the joke that Arthur Fleck wasn't even a real Joker, it kind of ruins the first movie for me now. Um, and I guess Batman versus Superman, but only the ultimate edition. Not don't watch the regular one. The regular one will be the regular one is the theatrical release was stupid. Watch the ultimate edition and Justice League the Snyder's cut. That's good. Although it's like it's like 5 hours long, so they broke it's they broke it up into multiple episodes where it's not just one movie. It's just like it's like 4 or 5 segments. So the yeah, so Justice League the Snyder cut is really good. They released that on Max. Um, so that's good. So those are movies I recommend. Batman vs Superman, the Ultimate Edition, uh, Justice League Snyder cut, the Batman with Robert Pattinson, and Flash, the movie, and that's it. I can't. Some of the other movies I can't recommend. Oh, and the first Shazam movie. Kaylee says, "Oh, and Happy Christmas because I love Christmas." Oh, thank you. Merry Christmas. Snapchat says, "Hi, how are things?" Good. I'm just about to get off because it's 4 hours in and it's past 12. I'm way past my bedtime. Just do says, or Batwoman, whatever it was called. No, it was. Oh yeah, it was Batwoman. Batgirl was the movie that they shelved. They actually filmed the entire thing and then they shelved the movie because they said it would make it would they could save money by never releasing the film. So there's Batwoman, the TV show, then there's Batgirl, the film, this unreleased because they shelved it for the tax savings because they didn't believe it would do well in theaters. So they shelved the movie instead of paying money to market it and release it. So we may never see it unless someone secretly releases the movie. RJ says, "I wish I watched more superhero cartoons as a kid. I can't now, but I would have loved that." Yes, you can. Who said you still can't watch them? You can watch Justice League Unlimited, Batman the animated series, Superman the animated series, um, X Men the animated series, Spider Man the animated series, um, the new X Men '97 on Disney Plus, the What If on Disney Plus. Um, who said you can't watch them? Yes, you can. Eric says Young Justice was great. Oh yeah, Young Justice was awesome. I would recommend Young Justice, but I think she was talking about live action shows. But if not, if you're talking about animated, Young Justice is definitely where it's at. Except for the last, I didn't like the last season, but all the the first 4 seasons are good. I just don't like the fifth final season. Kayla says, "LOL." I hear someone on YouTube rank the Arrow third place on how good the CW shows are. Well, if it's third place, that's not bad because most of those shows suck. Justice Dude says, "Do you think Batman could defeat the Mask?" No, because uses the Mask uses tune physics. Like he has that he has like no he uses tune physics. I don't think he will work in a grounded universe. He will only be able to fight other characters who use tune physics like Popeye and Bugs Bunny. Eric says, "Have you played the Arkham games trilogy?" I'm not a gamer, so I never really played them.
One game I did play briefly once, when I was in training, um, at my friend's place. It was like it was one of those Arkham games where you battle against other players. But this was like 10, 11 years ago. So whatever game that was that came out 11 years ago. That's the only one I played. But I'm not a gamer. Or just then watch the one with Robert Pattinson. I thought that was a meme. No, the Batman did really well in the movies. That wasn't a meme. Um, Plus, they used that song from Nirvana, which really sold it. Um, I, I just I just didn't like Robert Pattinson as the Batman. But I don't know how you thought that was a meme. That was a really successful movie, and they're making a sequel right now to it. Kayla says I have played the Arkham game trilogy before, and I like them a lot. Basher Fadla says I know I'm usually unserious, but you hear about Jay-Z. Yeah, I heard about that. That he supposedly essayed a 13-year-old. I don't believe that. At this point, these people making random accusations about celebrities are doing a disservice to women because at this point, people are just going to stop believing when women make these claims because we know when they talking about these celebrities, it's a cash grab. Is I have I have no reason to believe unsubstantiated accusations, and I knew that was going to happen. I knew at some point because of his association with Diddy that they were going to eventually try to say he did something in tandem with Diddy. We like I think most of us knew that was coming at some point. I don't know. Honestly, I don't believe it, especially when you have a freaking hot Diddy hotline where people can call in and lob a case against him and say that they were one of his victims. Like, come on, a hotline, please. Like, so you're gonna tell me within this guy's 30-year career, well, like 32-year career, 33-year career, or whatever, that he has thousands upon thousands of victims. I don't believe it. I think here's the thing. I do believe there are some genuine victims of his, but but when you have so many people making fake accusations against him, it's going to ruin the legitimate cases against them because they're going to be seen in the same light as all the disingenuous accusations. They're going to be like, well, all these hundreds of people made fake accusations, so why should we believe these people? That's what's going to happen. Like, oh, he's still. I mean, trust me, he's still going to get convicted on some shit. But these people coming in by the hundreds, claiming all these fake cases against them, they're hurting. They're going to ultimately hurt women who make accusations against high level celebrity males because people are just going to be like, you're just looking for a payday. So I don't believe the accusations against Jay-Z. Not at all. RJ says I watched one where Batman gets time travel to feudal Japan and turns into a shogun. Yeah, that's the it's called Batman Ninja. They're making a sequel to that too. That that one sucked. I didn't like it. I didn't like the animation. Basha says Jay-Z's situation is crazy. Kayla says who is Jay-Z? I thought you were American. How do you not know who Jay-Z is? Even people, even my wife and people in the Philippines know who Jay-Z is. You really gonna tell me you don't know who Jay-Z is? And she doesn't even listen to rap music. She like my wife doesn't even listen to rap music, other than like I think she listens to Eminem, and she lives in the Philippines. She knows who Jay Z is. So you gonna really tell me you don't know who Jay Z is, Kayla? That's very suspicious. That's suspicious. Just dude says yeah, the magic is like the joke with magic, the Joker with magic. Yeah, he uses tune physics because a lot of the stuff he comes from came from like Tom and Jerry cartoons and stuff like that. Like he uses tune physics, so it,
he couldn't lose to anyone who comes from a grounded superhero type of a more grounded superhero universe. Kayla says, oh, hey, did you know I have a sister? She is like 28 if I remember. It's like 20 if I remember. I haven't seen her in a while, so I don't know if she still is 28 or so. What? Kayla, what? How old are you? You said you have a sister who is like 28 if I remember, but I haven't seen her in a while, so I don't know if she's still 28 or so. Well, if she was whatever age she was the last time she met you, you just add this you add on to that by the amount of years that was the last time you remember. So if she was like 28 2 years ago, she's 30 now. Like I, you sound very young. That doesn't make sense. And you saying you don't know who Jay Z is? Like, how do you not know little kids here in America know who Jay Z is, and people in foreign countries know who Jay Z is. So I don't know. You're making some weird statements. She says like, "Who is Jay Z?" I'm sorry if I don't know. Okay, RJ, yeah, I'm sorry. That is very suspicious. Like I said, if my wife comes from a foreign country who never listens to rap music knows who Jay Z is, how does she not know? That's very weird. Then she's saying she doesn't know her age of her sister. That oh, you might be too young for the stream, because I don't know, you might be 10 or something. That's weird. How do you that? That's weird. Just a dude says Kayla Jay Z is just a famous rapper. He's married to J Lo. They are just celebrities. He is not married to J Lo. What are you talking about, just a dude? He's married to Beyonce. J Lo is divorced from Ben uh, Ben Affleck. She just got. Where are you dudes coming from? RJ, what's going on? Are we in the Twilight Zone, man? RJ, are we in the Twilight Zone? What's going on? He said I just subtract years from my age. My half sister is 7 months my senior, and my half brother is 2 years younger. Just a dude says, "Oh yeah, lol, my bad." Eric says, "Bat fleck." He said, "Oh no, that was my bad." All right, I was about to say, I was starting to get weirded out because I know it's late. I was like, she's claiming she doesn't know who Beyonce is, nor her sister, and I was like, all you gotta do is subtract it from the years, the last year you've known her, and whatever age she was at that time. She's there. Like I said, I know BTS, Blackpink, um, the dude Gangnam, whatever from Gangnam Style. Everyone should know that because his song became super popular like 12 years ago. She said, and I have just figured out that my sister was 28 the last time I saw her, and I did some math, and she's 30 now, if I am correct. Yeah, that's all you had to do. Like, say, okay, she was 28 last time I met her. That was 2 years ago. Now she's 30. So, then there's the guy who just went solo, I think from BTS, he has this dope song out. One of the BTS guys actually joined the Korean army and came out just after like 3 years now. I remember because I remember hearing that from here, and I don't like again. I don't even listen to K-pop. I'm not a K-pop fan, but you know they are super successful because they've collaborated with people here. Um, I could probably name a few other international musicians if I really had to, but I don't really listen to this stuff. But like, if once someone becomes super famous, specifically American celebrities are the biggest celebrities in the world because they are known pretty much everywhere. Whereas celebrities in other countries aren't as big as our celebrities until they hit that certain stratosphere. Like certain K-pop stars are so famous that they're even famous here because so many Americans listen to them. No, I'm listening. I'm not watching Lord of the Rings. I'm listening to the Lord of the Rings music from the Shire. It's from a YouTube channel called Visual Escape Relaxing. Because it also has a really nice visual showing like different parts of the Shire while it plays the music. I hope it's not too loud because I don't want to get copyright claimed for it. Kayla says, "Okay, sorry, am I just being a little tired? So I'm being a little lazy right now." I still find it weird not to know who Jay Z is. Like you don't even have to ever have listened to him to know who he is. All you have to remember is Beyonce. Oh, that guy who's Beyonce's husband. Oh, Jay Z. Okay, like they performed for Obama. Like like Beyonce performed at Barack Obama's first presidential inauguration, and they've shown Barack Obama and Jay Z like actually hanging out. So I was like, how do you not know who he is when he's like I say he's like the first billionaire hip hop star and he's hung out with the former president. That would be like someone's saying, I don't know who. Well, that might be a bad example. I was about to say someone saying, I don't know who John Bon Jovi is, or Mick Jack, or um, I don't know. But anyway, RJ says music has lost billions in yearly revenue as a whole since we stopped physical media as the mainstream. While BTS is wider known today, I still think the Beatles made more money. Mm, I don't know if you adjust for inflation, did the Beatles make more money than BTS? I don't know. I'm pretty sure people have done the stats on that, so I don't know. Just Do says they were involved in the last campaign as well. Eric says there are no more boy or girl bands like in the 90s. Japan and Korea have it down. Well, a lot of the people who produced those big boy bands and girl bands of the 90s went to South Korea to produce those K-pop stars. I think like even people like the guys behind Full Force. Remember Full Force? Ain't my type of hype. Oh. But anyway, unless you watch the first house party, people won't know who Full Force is, unless they are like really old school and remember Lisa and the Cult Jam, and Full Force and all of that. But anyway, a lot of those hip hop stars from the '80s and early '90s went over to South Korea and became the people producing and behind the scenes with a lot of these K-pop bands. So if people wonder why there's such a huge hip hop influence in K-pop, it's because there's a lot of people from early hip hop from the 80s and 90s that went overseas to produce these K-pop bands. So if anyone ever wanted to understand the connection between hip hop and K-pop, that's why a lot of the producers in hip hop are or overseas producing these people. Whereas J-pop or the Japanese music is more. It has some levels of hip hop in it, but it's more. Um, I think it's more connected to Europunk music, but there's also Japanese hip hop as well. So there are some Japanese rappers. I've even heard Japanese trap music, but K-pop has like a stronger influence of hip hop, where I think J-pop, Japanese pop popular music, has more of an influence of Europunk music. Just Dude says Elvis, of course. Cass has just sent you some pics of my harvest on Messenger. All right, I'll check it out when I get off. Thank you. RJ says the Beatles have their own recording label, so if anything with them goes through them, not some big company. Mm. Bed Tundi says, "Dang, you're okay." He's gone. Not taking sexual comments from some little incel faggot. Anyway, Kayla says, "I'm sorry. Okay, just haven't seen that stuff. Okay, not. I'm not a robot. I can't. I have not seen everything you want me to see." I'm not saying you've seen it. I was just saying it's a very common. He's just a very noticeable celebrity. Like I said, you must. I've already taken. I've already ascertained that you're a very young person, because there's no way you couldn't understand the age of your older sister, or that Jay-Z's like one of the biggest selling artists ever, not just hip hop artists, but biggest selling artists. Like I said, someone who hung out with a former president, and that his wife is one of the most is his wife has just been named as, what was Beyonce named as for this year? The I think she's the biggest pop star of this year, and Taylor Swift was number two. So it's like, if you know Beyonce, then you know Jay Z. So it's like, I don't know how someone can know Beyonce and not know Jay Z, since that's her husband, and they always sing together. Like I said, she was named as the biggest pop star of. They named her the biggest pop star of the 21st century, and I was like, wait, hold up, because people were getting mad because a lot of men was like, how? They was like, oh, you're just hating on her. Like, no, the reason I'm hating, and I'm not hating, I'm criticizing. It's like, how can you name someone the biggest pop star of the 21st century when we still got 76 years left to go in the 21st century? But yeah, she's been named the number one pop star of the 21st century, and Taylor Swift has been named number two. And I'm like, that doesn't make sense, because we still got 76 years left of the 21st century to go. Cat says, please like, share, subscribe, buy Contrarian a coffee, or drop a super chat. Thank you. Just a Dude says, bigger than Michael Jackson. Don't know about that. No, I didn't say. Well, Michael Jackson died. You got to remember, Jackson died in 2009, so that doesn't count. If you're going to talk about the biggest pop star of the 20th century, then you'll probably say Michael Jackson, or maybe Elvis. But we're talking about the 21st century. He wouldn't count. So the 21st century, they're saying Beyonce number one, Taylor Swift number two. And like I said, you really shouldn't be making that judgment until the end of the 21st century. We're only 24 years into the 21st century. It's premature to be naming the biggest pop star, because within the next 76 years, there'll probably be someone that comes along that's even bigger. Pause. Eric says, do you think Jay-Z was part of the Diddy Club? Um, I, I, I don't know. Um, because now he's been distancing himself, saying they were just business partners, not like buddies. Um, I don't know. I think he probably went. If I had to speculate, yeah, he probably went to some of those parties, because you had people from all over. You had like people like Pink and Usher, and what's the white guy from the '70s show? He's gone to the Diddy. Like, so many people went to his Diddy parties, or his after parties, which I heard are even more wild. So I'm pretty sure he's went to his parties. But again, just because that man went to his parties doesn't mean that the accusations that he molested a 13-year-old is true. I just don't believe that claim. I think this was made by someone looking for a cash grab. And I think most of those other claims about Diddy are cash grabs as well. Anytime you have a hotline set up by some little ambulance chasing lawyer for people to bring in any sorts of claims against that man, I find it very dubious. Like, come on, a hotline? Once you like, I stopped taking it seriously once they started a hotline. Just do says, oh, 21st. Yeah, I got you. Masterson, something Masterson. Not Masterson. What is his name? The tall, the tall white actor who started the 70s show, who's now married to the other chick who used to be on the 70s show, who plays Meg on Family Guy. Yeah, the one that was Ashton Kutcher. Yeah, thank you, Lucky Duck. Yeah, Ashton Kutcher has been connected with it. Pink, Usher, Cuba Gooding Jr., Diddy's son Christian Combs, his other son Justin Combs. Of course, there's rumors that Justin Combs isn't even his biological son from his first baby mama. Whatever. Um, so, we'll find out. Yeah, Eric says Mila Kunis. Yep. Supposedly they were breaking up because of his connections to Diddy, allegedly. All rumors. But again, I don't believe most of those claims. I think a lot of women are lying. I don't, at this point, I don't believe most women. I think the Me Too movement damaged a lot of people's belief in these women making these claims, because we know that back during the Me Too movement 8 years ago, women were weaponizing abuse claims against any man that they didn't like, or against high level celebrities. Once you start weaponizing claims like that, then you weaken those claims against people, because people are going to see you just weaponizing it now. And then with the Diddy thing, people took it seriously. But then once you start having people say that hundreds upon hundreds of people are now victims of his, and that you can have a hotline to call in against that man, it just becomes I don't believe it anymore. And I mean, shout out to Just Pearly Things, but she was saying this for a while, that she doesn't believe, she was saying she doesn't believe most women's claims of assault, and I'm starting to think she's right. Kayla says, "Oh hey, have you seen the people top songs of Spotify meme that is on the internet right now?" Yeah, my wife had me post my Spotify top songs of the year and top artists, because she showed me hers. So she was like, "All right, post yours." I was like, "Okay, let me go." So I posted mine. So yeah, all the celebrities are posting their Spotify top artists and top songs. It's just a little fun thing to do. Lucky Duck says most of the women end up turning back on their decisions to sue, at least with celebrities who I've seen had claims like that. And I think she's right too. Kayla says, "Yeah, I mean, I just it's it like I said, the the thing that's gonna come out of it is that when women have legit claims of abuse and assault, people aren't going to believe them, we've seen because we've seen so many cases where it's been weaponized during the Me Too movement, and we've seen so many cases where people have used it as a cash grab against male celebrities. So it's like now everyone's going to give the side eye every time a woman makes these claims, because I mean we've seen it weaponized during the Me Too movement, where it destroyed men's careers, their social reputations, um, or destroyed their marriages because their wives thought they were predators. So after we've had this feminist McCarthyism, which is the best way I can describe it, is feminist McCarthyism, people aren't gonna people aren't gonna believe women anymore. And the bad thing is, when women actually have been victims, it's gonna be hard for them to prove their case. They're gonna have to need to have like an actual video showing it, like say, "Hey, this is the video. This is undoctored. This is what happened." People are still gonna be like, "Oh, that's Photoshop. That's just AI generated. Like this at the point where we're at. Once you keep crying, once you keep crying wolf, and for young people who don't know what crying wolf is, this comes from an old thing called Peter Cries Wolf, about a kid who went out and kept claiming that the wolf attacked him. So the village came after the wolf, and he would start cracking up laughing because he was like, "I fooled these guys into thinking I was attacked by some wolf." He did like 2 or 3 times, and then the last time a wolf actually did attack him, he started crying wolf, and then the village didn't come to his help anymore because they thought he was just trying to lie. They thought he was lying again, trying to get them to come out there and poke fun at them. So the very last time he got eaten by that wolf because he cried wolf so many times that the village no longer believed him. And that's what's going to happen with women with these SA cases. They cry wolf so many times that now no one's going to believe them. So when it does actually happen, be any there won't be any justice. So Just Dude says, "Were you in the military?" Yes, I was in the army. Kayla says, "I'm a woman too, so I can really relate to that." That's why I said she is right. Well, guys, it's 4 hours and 30 minutes, and I have to go. It's 1 o'clock a.m. and my battery's on 10%. So it is time for me to go. We can continue the conversation tomorrow, but I must go. RJ says good night. Thank you, Ryan. Um, so this was good though. Uh, Just Dude says good night, man. Thank you. And I promised Eric that I was gonna check out the pilot episode of Breaking Bad. So I'm gonna watch it as I go to bed. And if it gets good, then I'll watch the follow-up episode. Kayla says bye, happy Christmas. Thanks, Kayla. And I wasn't riding you about the Jay-Z thing. I just found it very weird not to know about one of the biggest celebrities. You don't, not because of his music. You don't have to like his music or listen to it or like even rap music. But, you know, you know, it would be just as weird as someone telling me, um, 30 years ago, they never heard of Michael Jackson. So, not that he's as big as Michael Jackson. Don't get me wrong. He actually has done a song with Michael Jackson though. He has done a song with Michael Jackson. So did uh, Biggie, Notorious B.I.G. So did Heavy D. Most people don't know who Heavy D is. But anyway, just to say, if a celebrity has done a song with Michael Jackson, that meant they are pretty big, because Michael pretty much only worked with the most successful artists of the time. But you don't have to apologize. It's okay. Um, Eric says, "Would you rather have a gay son or a whole daughter?" Easily a gay son. No one wants a whole daughter. Chris says, "You look 99% like my dad." Haha. Well, I assure you, I am not, Chris. Um, Kayla says, "I'm sorry." Oh, yeah, I already read that. But yeah, you don't have to be sorry. Eric says, "Just kidding. Good night." But yeah, no, I'll be perfectly fine. Son being gay. Being gay doesn't mean he has to be, by the way, non-binary and queer and trans. This and I have no problem with him being gay. I'd rather that than a whole daughter any day. Don't. Ugh. She would be just what's the word for it when you put someone out the family. But yeah, not having some OF daughter. Um, Kayla says, like I said, I don't really listen to rap songs. Okay. Kayla says, good night. Thank you. Catherine says, disown. Yeah, disown. Yeah, I would disown a whole daughter in a minute. Gay son, I don't care as long as he's, she says, see you tomorrow, maybe. All right, cool. Thank you. All right, guys. Good night. Talk to you, and good day to the rest of you. Like Kat, talk to you guys